all the numbers, as long as it's doubled up, I mean, it could be all the same number, it could be 8888, it could be 2323 when you look on a digital clock, and you can look that up and you see what message your ancestors are actually giving to you. So for our Igbo, our guardian angels, those ancestors whose heads and shoulders we will stand upon, I'd like to say thank you and appreciate. Always take this opportunity to give thanks to my grandmother, Stephen Bailey, for whom I never met in the flesh, but I have met her in spirit a couple of times. Sometimes she appears herself to me, she's right in my life, so she appears in different roles. So Stephen Bailey, I'd like to say thank you, Marisha. I'd also like to give thanks to my grandfather, David Stair, who we call Mr. Stair. And if it wasn't for Mr. Stair, I wouldn't know my family. Mr. Stair, I'd like to say thank you. I'd also like to give thanks to my mother, Iona, and my stepfather, Ivan Minock. For if they weren't the people who they were, I wouldn't be the person who I am, and I do like who I am. So Iona and Ivan Minock, I'd like to say thank you for the show. I'd like to give thanks to my Uncle Buster. Uncle Buster, I'd like to say thank you for the show. Give thanks to my niece, Daniel Crystal Campbell, who, along with two of her friends at the age of 23, died in a car crash. And as I said, she touched so many people in her short life. So Daniel Crystal Campbell, I'd like to say thank you and the show. And I'd also like to give thanks to my daughter, Christina. She always comes into my mind when I do libation. She was a stillbirth, but she was with me for the 9 months. So Christina, I'd like to say thank you for the show. And also, I'd like to give thanks to my father, who passed just before Christmas. And I'd like to say thank you to Master Keith Samuel Brown, or KB as he's known, or Master Brown. I'd like to say thank you for the show. Then please do. My father, Shea. got names? You got names? Their names. Roger, age 22. We remember you, Paul. All together, please. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Lloyd Hall, age 20. We remember you, Lloyd. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Andrew Gooding, age 18. We remember you, Andrew. Ashay, Ashay. Peter Campbell, age 18. We remember you, Peter. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Humphrey Brown, age 18. We remember you, Humphrey. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Steve Collins, age 17. We remember you, Steve. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Jerry Francis, age 17. We remember you, Jerry. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Yvonne Ruddock, age 16. We remember you, Yvonne. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Patricia Johnson, age 15. We remember you, Patricia. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Owen Thompson, age 16. We remember you, Owen. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Patrick Cummings, age 16. We remember you, Patrick. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Rosalind Henry, age 16. We remember you, Rosalind. Ashay, Ashay, Ashay. Glenton Howell, age 15. We remember you, Glenton. Ashay, Ashay. Anthony Burke, age 20. We remember you, Anthony. Ashay, They all died tragically on the 18th of January 1981. And it's something that we should never forget. It's something that is there. We should be telling our children and our children's children. And it's not something that they want to brush. They want to brush it underneath the carpet. Lewisham Council are trying to brush it underneath the carpet. They're having a memorial service at this church at the front there, the 18th, on Thursday the 18th. And basically, if it wasn't for the New Cross Fire Foundation, who Brother Richard is a part of or a director of, we wouldn't know about it, because they're just trying to keep it amongst themselves. So Richard's going to be coming. He's part of the New Cross Fire Foundation. It's a newly formed for about 2 years, but they've only just kind of come out. They haven't properly launched yet, but they've got plans to push Solution Council into doing something, because apparently North London, the council in North London, are doing a lot more for the New Cross Fire victims than Lewisham is, and it happened here in Lewisham. So thank you everybody for giving thanks and remembering 14
cultural markets.
The first of 2024. So we give thanks for everyone coming through. Today, as every Auntie Jean's African Culture Market, it's a special day. We're recognising the full team gone and nothing said. And we're recognising each other. And we're recognising the ancestors that have come amongst us. So yeah, once again, give thanks to Auntie Jean. So we're ready for a power-filled day / night. What? Only Brother Cole. I heard the ancestors as well. The Sangoma drummers gave me so much energy. Are we ready for a power-filled edutainment type of day? Yeah. Much better. So to start off, we've got some spoken word. What we've been doing, because Nate's just in the bathroom, so I was going to give you a little breakdown of what we've been doing. We've been doing this for a good few months now, middle of the summer, I believe. Like Nate come through with this amazing concept, and we've been doing it every single month. We call it the dojo because it really does make us train and strain our brains when it comes to delivering the spoken word for you. So, and for us, and to honour what we call the revolutionary minds. So we've covered so far.
We've had Asata Shakur. Let's give them a round of applause as we speak on their age. We've had the amazing Winnie Mandela. No, that's too deep for Winnie Mandela. Like, come on. Patrice Lumumba. Thomas Sankara. The late, great Jean-Jacques Dessalines.
Kwame Nkrumah.
Kwame Nkrumah. So, yeah, we've got, and who else?
And today, this month we've been doing Steve Biko. So, Nate, you're back. Alright, so the one that come up with this concept, Nate the lyricist, he's a masterful poet. He's a community champion. Anything to do with the community, he's there. He's on the front line. He's with us. So can we give a strong African hand for Nate the lyricist?
How's everyone doing? Yeah, big energy in the room. Love. Thank you all so much for your attention. Large up to Auntie Jean for the platform every single time. We're so grateful. Like each and every month, we are learning together. We're communicating with each other. We're growing as a community, and we definitely have you in a big way to thank for that. To thank for the platform, because without this platform, the things I learned this month, I wouldn't have learned. Yeah, so thank you very much. Please, guys, make some noise for Auntie Jean. Yeah, for blessing us young people with a platform where we can grow and develop. Yeah, so large up for that. This month we've been studying Steve Biko. A South African revolutionary whose message was largely about freedom, justice, equality, getting out of the apartheid system that was going on in South Africa at the time. Yeah, we learned so much about him. What an absolutely masterful speaker, what a charismatic man. Of course, the police in South Africa hated him, as they hate all of our people, as they hated everyone. Yeah. They hunted him, they ended up brutally murdering him, and then they even claimed that he died of a hunger strike, that he starved himself to death. Yeah, so that's the rhetoric they put out there about our great ancestor Steve Biko. So we have come here today to set the record straight, yeah, because, who's going to tell our story if not us? Them? You get me, right? So what we've done is we've sat here, we've studied, we've learned, it's benefited us, and hopefully what we have learned will benefit you as well. So before I know we've got a couple poets who are regulars here. So we've got Nat that is going to come and bless us. We've got Stella B is going to come and bless us. Duality D is going to come and bless us, and me, myself. Are there any others who did any research or anything about Steve Biko that you want to share? If so, then let me know. Yeah, just give me like a little wave. You know, if you've got a poem about Steve Biko you want to share today, then give us a little wave. But if not, then, you know, enjoy, and I hope you leave well fed. Alright, we're going to start with some divine feminine energy, I think. If we start off with our sister Duality D, what I want you guys to do is make some noise, yeah? So clap your hands, stamp your feet, raise your roof out.
I go by the name of Duality D, blessings all. Right. Ode to Steve Biko. The level of freedom to speak one's truth unapologetically inspires the creative and artist within me whilst affirming our sovereignty. Not afraid to go against the grain is the very reason why we know Steve Bantu Biko's name. His infamous death actually let me course correct and call it out for what it is. Murder. Babylon attempted to cover up that he died of a hunger strike. His transition was not in vain. He stood on his words and was willing to pay the ultimate price and sacrificed his own life for the liberation of our people. He played a fundamental role of the Pan-African evolution. This is what makes him a revolutionary mind. He quotes, "It is better to die for an idea that will live than to live for an idea that will die." Bantu, his middle name, translates as four people. Throughout his short life, Steve Biko used his gift of his intellectual genius, mind and words, to educate, uplift, liberate, and he was committed to the cause of fighting for our freedom, encouraging us to never forget about our ancestry. Family, we descended from royalty. Steve Bantu Biko, may we never forget, here at Revolutionary Minds and the wider Pan-African community, we keep your name alive by sharing your story of your life whilst coming together in unity. Duality D, thank you.
Large up yourself, sister. Thank you so much for all your research, and contribution to what we're doing. Yeah, man, guys, it's hard work, you know. Each month to like be doing the research about these people and then to write a piece. It sounds easier than it is. I'm telling you, like, listen, yeah. Every single month, you're kind of like, oh man, I've got to make time to listen to the audio book, to watch him speak. And also another thing we're doing is we're all doing like a little Instagram live. Like a few days before Auntie Jean's market. So, you know, if ever you guys are interested in catching that, then we have like a little discussion between the four of us about what we've learned, and we kind of swap little things that we've learned and what we've all picked up and stuff like that. So honestly, man, thank you so much for your research, because I know a lot of research went into that piece. Okay. Alright, yeah, so let's balance it out with some of the divine masculine energy next then, yeah? So again, I need you guys to feed back to the stage, yeah? Someone once said to me that a good poetry event is supposed to sound like a good meal, yeah? So you're supposed to be in the crowd going, do you know what I'm saying? So if you're hearing it and you're feeling it, then let us know, alright? Guys, I need you to raise the roof. I need you to give a strong black hand, clap your hands, stamp your feet, make some noise, show some love for the one that we call Nat Nine, the lyrical alchemist.
I want the Sangoma drummers every time I come across. That's just my special request. We can organise that, yeah? Bantu, the black people, placed at the bottom cause genetics, that points to the genesis of humanity. They claimed they evolved from. But made in God's image, who do you think that is? Unbelievable how far we've fallen. We've forgotten what we once were. Many find it hard to imagine save for the few chosen to remind us. From Imhotep, know thyself, the root of black consciousness, the timeless answer. Father of the movement in South Africa, born ordained to take hold of the mantle named Bantu, meaning the people. Steve Biko lived for an idea worth dying for. A talented academic, he excelled beyond the curriculum. Designed to keep minds boxed, he saw how law and politics enforced false illusions to keep Africans oppressed on our own land. How we're taught to think less of ourselves, we're more easily controlled. He could have been a doctor with patience, instead he came to heal a nation. Blessed with charm, an aura that draws you in, intellect and passion for the people, characteristics of the Black Messiah. We didn't just think that happened in the diaspora, right? He came to resurrect the spirit of the liberation that made him a target, sickening, the savage beating, another crucifixion, with intention putting an end to the fight. He never saw the end of apartheid, but his contributions were significant, and we fight on today with black consciousness in us. So one day we'll realize Biko's dream globally. Give thanks.
Yes, man. Again, brother, thank you for your research. Thank you for your contribution. We appreciate the energy. We love you. We see you. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so to keep this thing balanced, then I'm going to keep it moving because obviously I don't want to be up here wasting all the time. So we're going to keep the energy flowing with our next poet. Next person we're going to invite to the stage is our sister, our loved one, our family. Make some noise for Stella B.
This is from Nziki Biko. I don't fall in love too easy. Be careful of men, Mama told me. But then my heart was snatched, my belly jelly, nervous when he stared at me. You see, I loved a man with integrity, walked strong in the faith of his ancestry. He took action against injustice, reminded us blacks who the real boss is, told us to learn our human rights and move accordingly. All these qualities are attractive to me. That's why I fell for him at med school. This cool, charming, handsome, radical, Bantu Stephen Biko. In '66, when he studied at Natal, I was his lady, he told his friends. The embodiment of blackness, black is beautiful till the end. He couldn't focus on his study. Political activity was the priority. The nuisance were more nuisance in its charity. Liberal thinkers with no alarm for black emergency. So the South Africa Student Organization was birthed, SASO, representing the Bantu. They gave us passports in our own land. Bantu, the category for the black South Africans. In '48, that all-white political party set these laws 2 years from our birth dates. We grew up in that devastating landscape. My love for this man, well, it was not for choice. He awakened my freedom fighter voice. I took on his name to uphold his story. Our children, the key to realizing the legacy of Steve Biko's Black Consciousness movement. We are all our ancestors' improvements. Our firstborn in '71, another boy in '75, 2 years old with his fists up, the future of black pride. With no full comprehension that father had died. Truth be told, my caution of love was correct. A ladies' man with a passion for his people, there were some moments of regret. For all his philosophies of self-love, he bore a complicated heart. Something I planned to walk away from. Thought we'd be better off apart. In the end, apartheid was the separation of us. The enforcers of South African Jim Crow-style laws beat his spirit from his vessel, kicked him down upon cold floors, but those evil actions have made a martyr. 15,000 came to lay him to rest, incensed by this disaster. Ghana even wrote an official statement of outrage. 46th victim of torture and death by the state authority, and the deaths still continue to rage today. That is why in '97, the Steve Biko Foundation was made, to keep the true purpose of Black consciousness movement in the minds of the babes. In 2012, the government endorsed the Steve Biko Center. When you visit, remember, it's not just a beacon of hope that you enter, but an institution that continues to create more freedom inspirers who will forever stand up against the devil's advocates and the world's evil conspirers.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you for your research. I'm such a big fan of your poetry, Stella. Like, literally, your stuff is always so insightful. And because we did the research together, like, hearing you touch on certain points was just like, yeah, man, come on. Do you know what I mean? So large up yourself, honestly, yes. Okay, I started writing this piece at 4 a.m. today. But I caught wind. I heard the instrumental and I became inspired, and I was just like, you know, that's it, going for it. So hopefully I'm gonna land it, and I hope you guys enjoy. Okay, yeah, run it. Let's get started. See if we can get the volume. Yeah, give me a little piece of volume. All right, testing. Perfect. Steve Biko chose to speak for the people, the ones oppressed and harassed by evil. He thought all lives are created equal. So why are ours being treated like a resource? You need more, we bleed more, it ends now. Once my brothers and sisters put their heads down, you men are heading to a next town. And I've come to bring consciousness to the unconscious, so your days are numbered. The white man felt this threat and wondered. The charisma of this rising star instilled their hearts with fear. His arrival surely meant the end of all that they held dear. What black people could become conscious of is quite clear. I mean, what if they, how do we prepare? If one thing can be said, Steve Biko became a threat. Intellect, wrapped in melanin, had them pumped with adrenaline, questioning everything. Apartheid was the best decision, everyone agreed. They even get to come and work, what more do they need? It's greed, said the white man on African soil, on whom the irony of this is utterly spoiled. They asked for passports from African people in Africa, and African people had had enough. Rise up Steve Biko, who chose to speak for the people, the ones oppressed and harassed by evil. He thought, black people are capable, our worthiness is inescapable. Black child, this world was made for you. Everything you could need to succeed is community. Do it, please. That might sound like you're picking a fight to a system built to divide. Apartheid. Don't bring your community to our side and we'll read you your last rights, smart guy. They hunted Steve Biko, they found him and beat him, which led to the end of his life. He chose to die for an idea that would live, rather than live for an idea that would die. What does that imply for you and I? Well, who decides our future and the paths our children walk? Who chooses our heroes and teaches us why they fought? We, of course. So our discourse must favour spirits like Stephen's. Our community must see him. Inspiration is the reason. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Be like Steve Biko. Speak for the people, the ones oppressed and harassed by evil. I know your community needs you. Thank you. Guys, we appreciate you so much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for, oh yes, you got a problem. Come on, we are Shinyeri. Come on, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so that marks the end of this segment, which we are dubbing Revolutionary Minds. Yeah, that's the name of this little segment, this little poetry segment. So as was said earlier, each month we're choosing a revolutionary mind to study. We're studying that person, we're discussing with each other, we're bringing what we've learned to you. So hopefully some of you guys can get involved next month. The next person that we're going to be studying is the Divine Feminine, who goes by the name of Queen Amanirenas. Amanirenas. Come on, Queen Amanirenas. Who knows who Queen Amanirenas is? Alright, and you're like, me? Okay, cool, good. Yeah, okay, so those of you who are interested, do some research, find out who she is, find out what she did, find out what is worth knowing about her. Write a poem. It doesn't have to be as long as mine, it doesn't have to be mental. Yeah, it can be 4 lines, for real. Yeah, just like, do some research, learn something about this person, and come and share with us, yeah? And even if you want to just come and jump on the Instagram live, that would also be appreciated, so you can share some facts with us, Other than that, guys, thank you so much. My name is Nate, and I'm off.
Give it up for our brother Nate the lyricist. Fantastic. Did you all enjoy that? We don't keep saying it's not that hard, so I want to see her come with some poetry for next month. Yes.
Or it could be a story. We can beam you across.
We'll beam you online.
When you do have
Zoom. Okay, so how's everyone doing? You're good? Fantastic. Shout out to our stall holders. If I can get the words out. Big up. We're going to probably have a time period of actually going to patronise the stalls.
That might be now.
Which I believe is actually now. So, that's it. So we're going to have a little short break for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah, about 15, 20 minutes. And then, when the new Cross Fire Foundation is ready and Brother Leader arrives, then we'll have those presentations.
Yes, so if you could just have a little walk around, and there's also food available in the back there. And, short break, 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Yeah? Okay, we can welcome back the Sangoma drummers as well.
It's going to mark floor. So, are you going to go first? No, I'm just going to start really quick. Okay, hold on a minute. This is the children's cousin.
So for those of you who are watching, thank you very much. And very soon I'll be talking to a gentleman from the New Cross Fire Foundation. So I'm going to be speaking to a gentleman from the New Cross Fire Foundation.
That's it. That's as long as it's in good. Alright, it's fine.
So good afternoon, sir. So if you look into the camera,
I was there thinking I could hear. I was supposed to hear you. I'm like this.
can you hear me okay?
I can hear you reasonably well. Yeah.
Excellent stuff. So when you talk to me, if you look in the camera.
Okay.
So good afternoon, all of you are watching. My name is Wendell Daniel and welcome to StreetMic. And today we are in Brockley and I'm just going to interview a gentleman. I don't know nothing about him and that's how I like it. So good afternoon, sir. If you can introduce yourself. What's your name?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Richard Simpson. You might say my immediate claim to fame is owner of the Coming Up restaurant, caterers and takeaway, established in the Lucian Borough for over 32 years now. So that's what most people might know me as.
But specifically in regards to the New Crossfire Foundation, who are you?
Okay, well, I'm a director. I've been invited to the group. There are 4 of us. Gary Collins being our CEO, operations manager. Wayne Haynes, who was the worst injured survivor, he's also a director. Patricia Wilmington's a director also, who was the best friend of Yvonne Rodder, and who actually was assisting her in compiling the guest list. So, and I'm the 4th. And how I've come to the group, basically, is that Coming Up, as I mentioned, one of my outlets in New Cross Gate, I commissioned a mural, 3.5 metre mural, on our 30th birthday, which was 2.5 years ago, which was representative of the fire, and also the Black People's Day of Action, which came out of the fire, March of 1981. So what I did, it's a bust, head and shoulders, but it has images of the survivors, those who protested on the day, on their walk up to Blackfriars Bridge and beyond, and as well as David Michael, who happens to be, it was his 50th year. So it was just the numbers. I looked at it and I thought, well, what? And it didn't come immediately into mind because in the fire, I'm going all over the place, but in the fire, I lost a friend.
If I can pull you back, and I'm glad that the background information you've given me in regards to what's happening today. But let's go backwards. Let's talk about the fire. What happened?
Well, the morning of the fire, now I will say, and this has come about more recently, where people speak of the incident and it touches those who were injured somewhat in that it's a drumbeat, where I was, I remember the day kind of, where as I was guided, many people who were there would rather have not been there, such as occurred. So the morning, I was 15 years old, and 3 of us are walking at Trudders, as we knew them in the day, coming back from podium. So I was walking back and arrived at the Marquess in New Cross Road at about approximately 4 o'clock in the morning, right? So podium finished at 2 o'clock, we're on the road, and we get down to New Cross, 3 miles down the road, at about 4 o'clock. And just as I get to the Marquess, which is the one-way system, it's a pub, but it marks a one-way system in New Cross. One of the friends who I was with, his brother comes round the corner in his new 1600 Cortina. So, that was the thing at the time. And basically offered us a lift. And we spoke and said, because we were all attached to sound systems in the day. And Jem and I were playing, and we knew that. And, in those days, it was, you didn't necessarily need an invite per se, I'd say. In love, I think there was much more love around. And it was like, well, Jem and I's playing, should we go up there? And I was like, you know what, I've walked 3 miles, I'm not walking any further. I'm not going to pass the lift. So that was our fate, in that it wasn't long after that incident the fire occurred. But going back to my reasoning, Clinton Powell was one of those who lost.
No, but go back to the fire. Tell me about the fire, because I want you to tell a story. But go back, because I'm educating the people listening and watching. So tell me about the fire. What happened? What you believed happened? Why has it taken 43 years? And from what you're saying, nothing has happened. Why has there been no prosecution? It has been alleged
Right. Well,
people were murdered. So tell me about that.
Right. I have to quantify it in that. I'm just going to mention this point, that I've been brought to the group, and my whole purpose in this group is about legacy building. It's not about who did it, because there are others who would want to take up that challenge. Now, there are conflicting...
I get it, yeah.
But I was just going to say, there are conflicting...
But just for the people watching and listening, yeah.
So,
hold on, let me finish. No one has been prosecuted, true or not?
True.
So therefore, at this moment in time, we have because no one's been prosecuted, in accordance with the rules of natural justice in this country, people are innocent until proven guilty. Yes. You may believe someone had done something. I'm not saying they haven't.
Yes.
But no one has been prosecuted.
That's right.
So tell me about, the difficulties you've probably gone through. We've all heard about the New Cross fire, but why has no person stood trial when so many things have happened subsequently and they've gone to trial? We're hearing this week about the post office.
Yeah.
A film was released a couple of weeks ago, and as a direct result of that, yes. So we've heard about Hillsborough, we've heard about Stephen Lawrence, we've heard about so many things. Why with this we're not hearing nothing, or nothing has happened?
Well, again, this was all part of the injustices.
Yeah.
Because what we're speaking about nowadays, if we put it into the terms, we're talking about environmental injustice.
Yes.
Right? And environmental injustice basically says we are discriminated against because of our colour.
And it was worse in them days.
And it was
with a corrupt police force.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just a nicety now, encompassing it all in one, and we talk about environmental injustice. But at the time the fire took place, the Queen sent a delegation to Ireland, where there was a fire a couple of months afterwards, you might recall, and with condolences. Now, where the fire took place was less than 5 miles from where the Queen sat in London.
On the throne.
On the throne, exactly. And nobody was interested. So this was just the movement of the people, as I said, which came out of the fire, the Black People's Day of Action. And that was the spur from that moment, was to seek some form of justice. And what's transpired in the interim, that we knew, that because of those environmental injustices, which, as I say, we now call them today, which was much worse than, as you say, on the back of the 1977 Lucian riots and the NF being prevalent.
I remember them days. I'm the same age as you.
Right, well, there you go. So, that's the backdrop. It wasn't investigated in a fashion which has perfectly been proven. It wasn't investigated to the same degree it might have otherwise had these people been Caucasian. And that's a matter of fact. But the who did it, per se, there are two trains of thought.
Which are?
Well, if I could quote Wayne's first, because he, as I said, was the most injured, and he maintains to this day that it wasn't a racist attack.
And he's an injured person.
And he was the worst injured. He was the worst injured survivor.
So why does he believe it wasn't a racist attack? And why do some believe it was a racist attack?
Well, I can't speak to get into those...
No, but I'm just giving you your opinion.
But the environment, again, I go back to the environment, what was happening at the time. There were several racial attacks. We were having parties and things were thrown through people's letterboxes. People were being beaten on the streets. So this is the backdrop. So I think it would be reasonable, particularly of that time, to have assumed that it was some form of racist attack. But, if you don't see the person with the projectile, you can't say conclusively. But what goes without saying, and I think is commonly agreed, is that the police and their manner in which they handled the whole situation, the racism, since you mentioned Stephen Lawrence, the institutionalized racism after the Macpherson inquiry, these things are proven. So these things are not conjecture anymore. So if we have all of that information and put it in a context where the elders, where we might be considered the elders now, standing here with my grey beard, they may not have felt empowered, and I'm sure they didn't feel empowered, to address authority, to speak to authority. They certainly didn't. And for that reason, when groups were being formed, the local authority were simply left the hook because of platitudes. You know, we've got somebody, a group perhaps, who claim that they represent whatever else, and they're all right, you know. So, and without that individual, the elders as a group perhaps feeling empowered, I mean, I'm talking about those who were actually injured, not the people outside, and the close group initially. You know, with them not being empowered, then, and not feeling perhaps, they didn't press, is my opinion, as hard as they might have, because they were economic migrants essentially.
And also the political will and liaisons. It's just like with Stephen Lawrence, for example. The Macpherson report came about as a direct result of the political power when Blair come to government in 1997.
That's right.
That was one of the first things they done.
Yes.
Just like we're seeing with the post office, there's now a political will, and the newspapers are shaking the tails of the politicians. But in those days, when the fire happened, it was completely different.
Yes.
If that fire had happened in 2023, 2024, it'd be completely different. But in them days...
But we've seen that.
Yeah.
And that's evidence in Grenfell.
Yeah. Grenfell, perfect example.
Yeah, we've seen it.
I've covered it.
Yes, it's happened. It happened. And it was a different time, a different context, and people... And with that, what has to be said, even though they were... And this is what it was all about. It was economic disparity. It was economic disparity.
Yeah.
Nothing else. It was the have and the have-nots.
Yeah.
And the haves thought, we'll dress up this place to make it look a little more sightly as we gentrify the area. And as a consequence of their ultimate misgivings, people died. But it was, and it have to be said, if it was people of colour, not one particular racial type, but certainly those who were economically less empowered. Let's say that. So marginalised people. But by God's grace, people, because of the mix and because of the different political time, others were quick to jump on it, form groups, and see that and sought justice and are seeking justice. And it was so, again, against the backdrop of things which have happened historically, because as we move forward, we stand on the shoulders of those people who came before us. We accept that, and that's right across the board.
I hear you. I covered the 40th anniversary, and I remember being outside of the house when we marched there. Powerful images where one of the survivors' friends, member of family was there. Amazing. But let's jump forward to 2024. Why are you here today, and what is happening on Thursday? And when you tell me about Thursday, I want you to get me an invite to be live streaming from this church on Thursday. The minister at the church knows me. I've done many funerals at this church.
Yes.
I'm the biggest live stream of funerals in London.
Right.
I work with funeral directors. The minister knows me, gentlemen, yes?
Right, yes.
He knows me.
Reverend John.
Wendell Daniel, I want to be here on Thursday, live streaming the event which is going to take place. But we'll talk about that in a minute. But specifically today, why are you here today?
I'm here because I'm a representative of the New Cross Fire Foundation, which, by the way, hasn't officially launched.
All right then.
Let me say that. It hasn't officially launched. But yet still, in the 2 years of us getting this together, we've been able to influence. And I have to give kudos to Lucian Borough, because at the end of the day, they have maintained, with the group who've been around the borough, related to the fire, they've kept this yearly memorial going. But what hasn't happened, the community knew nothing about it. That's the issue. So what the New Cross Fire Foundation has done up to now, our purpose is to keep moving it to the fore and seeking a kind of environmental justice, let's call it that once again, for those who were not only injured, but those who walk around in trauma. We haven't started as yet, but yet still, we're already involved with Goldsmiths University. We're already getting educational modules together for all the key stages. We're already working in Hackney with Sixth Form College. This is, this is already happening.
So things are happening. That is so great to hear you say that, but I'm going to make you a promise. Yeah? Forget this.
Yes.
I do events around London, mainly funerals, I do weddings, and I get paid a lot of money for it. Yeah. You have my services free of charge when you need me, but I need advance warning. I don't do I don't do black man time, last minute. Yeah.
I'm a caterer.
Yeah. I got 6 people working for me. Right. So if there is a last minute something, I can get someone to, but it depends on what it is.
I know, I understand.
I can get people to
capacity.
you. I've got the capacity.
Right? Well, you're speaking to someone who's a caterer, who's employed many people. We've been doing this in the third year.
Say no more.
And I work all over the country as well.
So you know.
And I'm not going to name drop, which I can.
Yeah, you don't have to,
but we work for very big organisations as well as 20 people. Yeah. So I do hear what you're saying, and I'm thanking you for making yourself available, because that's what it's about. It's about a push. Yeah. But we now have, in the New Cross Fire Foundation, people whom command respect from the community, who are self-made people, and that's the difference. We're not in anybody's pockets.
Exactly.
We're not in anybody's pockets. You stand there as an independent black man, delivering what you do, and pushing your agenda forward. You can't be stifled, because you hold the mic. Literally. You can't be stifled, and that's what it is. So when
I'm live, I don't edit, not like the BBC and ITV.
Well, that's right. Quite. You can't be stifled. You have an opinion. You place yourself in community environments like this here. I know you're not getting any money, but it's what we do as people in business. We have a moral fibre, and what that says is we want the betterment of our people, and that's why I'm standing here and I'm involved, and the New Cross Fire Foundation has come about, because we've seen the injustices, but it's about legacy building. It's about the memorial. Now, there is a memorial. I didn't know about this. In Fordham Park, it's a stone that's cracked and a bench which is never cleaned. I've just
says a lot.
But that's it. It just typifies the contempt which the legacy of these people and their memory, my friends, have suffered. And we can address this. But this is the last opportunity. Because as I said, we're now the elders. We can speak to power. And we can now dictate. So even as you speak about Thursday, the 18th,
what time?
St. Andrew's Church here at 10:30 a.m. We're now having a after service, a reception. This has never been done. We influenced this, the New Cross Fire Foundation, last year, where we got involved very late. But this year we sat around the table. So we've said no. Amongst other things, we've got the New Testament Church of God in Lehigh Road. We've got their choir coming down for the first time ever.
Where is the New Testament Church of God?
Lehigh Road, right at the top of Lehigh Road.
Because the reason I asked you, I was at the New Testament Church of God, but this one was in Brixton. Don't know if you know it.
I did an event there.
I did a funeral there last Friday.
Yeah, they've got the mezzanine floor, haven't they?
Yeah. That's good. That's correct. And I'll show you a message that one of the ministers from, and I hope the ministers currently listen, from the New Testament Church of God, but it's relevant. So there's Reverend Winnie. I sent her the link for today, and what did she say?
Thanks very much for sharing with me. I will be watching. Some young people died from our... Absolutely. Now you've said that, right? I'll let you into something else. I know this. Some of those who died, and you've got parents who still are congregants of that church. Yes? You've got the funerals that took place. Some took place at New T. You say New T. Yeah? Lehigh Road. Yeah. Right? So it was, and I have many friends from Bishop Eric Brown and his family going right the way down.
I was with him on Friday.
Right, going right the way down. Yeah. I went to primary school with his younger siblings. That's where we're coming from. So this is the point I'm making.
Small world.
Absolutely. This is the point I'm making. When we get involved, we influence what happens in line with our agenda. We give thanks to those who have carried it so far, but now we are saying, you know, it's all well and good, but we need spirituality. We need gospel voices. It needs to be shaped like how we shape it. We know that catering, food, breaking bread is a vital part of our social interaction. So we said, no, this has to be marked. So the New Cross Fire Foundation, working with Coming Up, has now said, right, we're going to put on a lunch. We're going to put on a lunch. We're going to do more than just, you see? So as things go on, this is the influence we will have. We are going to be creating, as I said, educational modules. We're already working with Goldsmiths for all the key stages.
You should be making a film.
Oh, don't forget the Uprising. Biko. The Uprising series that came about. The directors actually got a BAFTA for their input. So they have been already on film. So, but this is then taking it a stage further and making sure.
But we're now talking in 2024. Hint.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So absolutely, take on the hint. We've got to make sure that our grandchildren and those behind us still see the relevance. And if I make reference to the piece at New Cross Gate, it's 265 New Cross Road. What it's done already, and we call it 87. I named it 87 because 265, where my restaurant is 87 properties away from where the fire took place at 459 New Cross Road. The relevance. And it's in their faces, the people, the mass. If I could share with you the number of people who have seen and heard for the first time, who have read the plaque, who are now engaged. And that's what I'm here to do, engaging. In my role as outreach director, essentially, that's what I've been doing. Getting the people involved from ground up.
But I'm going to give you my card. Yes. Not many people know me, and I don't believe that. But one thing I will ask you, you're talking about legacy. That's from now moving forward. But let's go back historically first. An incident has occurred. A lot of young people died.
Yes.
No one has been brought to justice. If it was something untoward. If it was something untoward, if, for example, someone started a fire, let's talk proper now, yeah? What is the chance, 43 years later, of obtaining sufficient evidence that may be able to secure a prosecution? If there was a prosecution, would it be highly likely that someone who may have caused the problem is still alive? These are all the issues that need to be carefully considered. But realistically, what is the realistic prospect of a prosecution being brought against anyone 43 years after the fact?
Right. Well, from the perspective of the New Cross Fire Foundation, and I have to come back to this, we are about legacy and moving forward. We cannot speak of the whodunit. We cannot speak of the whodunit.
So you're not about the whodunits, it's about the legacy.
What I will say,
24 onwards.
I will say, the New Cross Fire Foundation has access to every statement that has been made. All right? Let me put that on record. It's in our care. Right? Every statement that has been made. So if there's anyone...
So was that disclosed under laws after a period of time, or was it obtained?
No, we have it.
How was it obtained? That's the question I'm asking.
This is through Gary, predominantly Gary Collins, who chairs our organisation, who's the CEO. His father, Sir Collins, and I'll drop this in. His father, if I said to you 4 Aces and Oasis clubs, right? Okay? Well, his father was the owner. His father's the owner. And then now there's a tower on the new development called Sir Collins Tower. Or Collins Tower. Yeah? So it's what his father. Gary's picking up the legacy of his father. And they said, this cannot go. Gary lost his brother. Right? Sir Collins lost his son. So of all the work, the tireless work that Gary's father has put in, the doors has been slammed in his face, those he's had to kick down, the tireless efforts on his deathbed, Gary was charged with, son, I'm paraphrasing this, I've done what I've got to do, I've set the blueprint, don't let it God,
now it's down to,
I
get it, I get
And
it.
that's the fire. And if you spoke to Gary, and unfortunately Gary couldn't be here today,
No problem.
so I'm sending apologies to all of the members.
But at least we're recording this, and it's nice, crystal clear 4K going out.
Well, there you go, absolutely. Only the best. And
No rubbish for me, though.
I certainly appreciate that. And this is it again. You know, I not have to teach mother to suck eggs. The power of media. And we have to be in all facets of community, all facets of society. Let's get it right. We operate in all facets. We are educated people. We are a fired up people. We are an ambitious people. And we're not going to have anybody speak anything negative over us. But what we have to acknowledge to people are our misgivings. But what we do is we rinse our linen in private. But we have to be, our ears have to be open to receive criticism from our own kind. But when doing everything we do, and I'm sure I speak for you, the standard must never be lowered. When we engage with our people, we have to maintain a standard. And we don't deal with people who are not prepared to be risen, to come to our shoulder. We're not above anybody else. I'm not proposing that at all. My shoulder meets everybody else's shoulder. That's what I will say. I'm no better than anyone, but certainly no one's better than me. And if we all encourage each other and make our aspirations a reality, because we are empowered to do it.
Can I say what a pleasure it has been to engage with you? This is what I do. They call me StreetMic.
Right.
I go on the street and I engage with people. Yeah, but I normally do that at weekends.
Okay.
Monday to Friday, I run a company with people, but at the weekends, I earn a lot of money doing that. That frees me to do this at the weekend for free. Auntie run me.
If you didn't have that moral fibre, no matter how much you have, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
You know, as coming up for the 14th year this year, our restaurant has been open. I open my restaurant and I feed people. This Christmas Day, the point is, others have said, well, why don't others do this? But if you don't have...
They lack something.
If you don't have the moral fibre, if you don't have the will to want to do better for your people, it just won't happen.
Yeah, that's good. Some people watching me now will criticise me because on a Sunday I'm normally at Speaker's Corner. Everyone knows me from Speaker's Corner. But I say, fuck that, excuse my language, I'm not going there.
Right.
Yeah? You know, the behaviour is bad. Auntie rung me this week. This is more important.
Yes. Because it speaks to our community directly. And we all have an audience. And we all have spheres of influence. Right. And that's what's important. We have to recognise that each one of us is of value. Tremendous value, not only to our immediate family, but also to our friends and anyone we interact with on a day-to-day basis. We have huge spheres of influence, and we've always had that influence prior to social media. That's what has to be said. It's not X, it's not Facebook, it's not anything else.
That's right.
We have always had influence, because when you're downtrodden, you create your own media. That's what came out of the pirate radio station.
That's correct.
And the rest. And we're just enhancing that and taking it to another level.
And you know something? I fully concur with you. It annoys me how many people have given everything away to Facebook, X and YouTube. They're giving their intellectual property away free of charge for fans.
Right. But what I will say to that, my youngest, my son, is a sound engineer, record producer, right? On his circuit, he's known as Biko, and he's very, very popular. And what I've noticed,
it's a great platforms, great revenue streams.
Yeah,
but you need to have a talent.
Yes.
And you promote it via. Most people ain't got talent. They're just giving social media all this stuff free of charge.
Yes. Yeah, and that's it. You've got to know your worth. And this is what we're talking about, spheres of influence and value. That comes with knowing your worth. And this is what we have to address first. We know our worth and be wise enough to seek advice from those who know.
That's correct.
You've trod the boards. If somebody comes to you and say, hey, StreetMic, I'm this, that, you're not going to hand up your inner, your prime knowledge.
I get it every day.
But you will, as people come to me, and I've taken people into my kitchen and said, look, you want to get into food, they've come on, whatever. I said, come down. Now, some don't even bother. I said, well, come down. What time are you going to go? I said, no, you've got to be there at 7 in the morning, at 6 in the morning. Oh, no, but I said, you don't want to learn.
That's correct. That's correct.
I'm giving you an opportunity for you to see practical aspects of what you want to get into.
Prep in the morning.
Yeah, you want to get into.
Go market.
Absolutely. You know,
4 o'clock.
But you can't be bothered to get out of your bed and apply yourself in something that you say you want to do. And that's where that's the point we have to overcome.
I hear you. Do you know something? It's been great talking to you. I'm going to give you my card.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just like I said. Yeah, my name's Wendell Daniel. That's my forget StreetMic. My name's Wendell. Everyone knows me, and I'm everywhere. Yeah, and I like to do most of this private. You wouldn't believe it. I love social media, but most things I do are private because most people want private.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I'm on social. I'm not saying I'm not. Big up.
Absolutely big up.
Listen, my man, I look forward to your... What time are you going to do your presentation? Because they said 15 minutes. We've been chatting for about half an hour. I blame Auntie. See Auntie there. Let me get Auntie next.
Yeah. I'll call Auntie. I'll call Auntie today.
Yeah, call Auntie. Call Auntie.
My main purpose today is just to speak about what's happening on Thursday. That's my main purpose.
Yeah. So like I said, I extend the invitation. If I'm invited to live stream the event, I'm happy to do so free of charge. The minister knows me.
That's fine.
Show him my card.
Yes, I'll certainly, this is my promise to you, I'll make inquiries on your behalf and I will put your case, just as I was, the NCFF should I say, pivotal in getting New Tea Church and their choir down. He's going to be singing beforehand, he's going to be singing in the middle of it, and he's going to be singing at the end. And the reception that we're having, we're providing proper things, rice and peas, jerk chicken, fish, vegan curry.
Of course. And what I'll say to you also, and I'll make you this promise, if consent for live streaming isn't given, I'm happy to video record it, and I'll give you the video, the original, and that's yours, and you can do what you want with it for your socials.
Thank you very much.
How's that sound?
That sounds absolutely fantastic.
And I do proper, ask Auntie, I do proper stuff. You see this thing here?
Yes.
I'm live, it connects to 6 mobile telephone networks at once.
Oh, okay.
Broadcast, this is what the broadcasters use.
Right, well, there you go. I mean, this is what we want, and you're just basically testimony to what I've been saying. You know, we have skills, the equipment's there, but where would you be if you didn't apply yourself to your talent, to your gift, to your vocation, to your profession?
And you know what I've learned also?
You didn't pick this up overnight.
No. I've got to go out and do this kind of stuff.
You've trod the boards.
Yeah, that's correct. And you know one thing that's really great for me? There's a lot of wealthy black people out there, you know. They've got enough money.
Yes.
And they're willing to share it, but they're doing it hush, 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 hush.
I often wonder about that myself.
There's some rich ones down in Croydon, you know them ones, young.
Yes.
You know the ones?
Yes, I do know them. And there's many people.
I know them well. They ring me.
I'm also saying that
get money from them.
I know those around that area, but there must be forces. There must be forces at work that's preventing people from doing what's morally correct.
That's subjective.
That's very subjective.
As you know, there was a murder in Croydon a couple of months ago. A young lady on her way to school.
That's right. Yes.
And my condolences to the family. And there is now a political movement behind that murder.
Right. Yes.
And I know who's bankrolling it.
Okay. Well. Yeah, I could take, if I took 3 guesses, I'd probably get it right.
You get it with the first one.
Probably, in the first one.
Yeah, and we know the person.
Let's also say, out in Dartford, when that young lady was defending her friend, and then, a Caucasian family jumped on. But what happened? The community got together so quickly and picketed down there, and changes are afoot. So we have influence, but it's about the numbers. You can't always, and this is where this apathy comes in. Oh, somebody else can do it. It's incumbent upon all of us. Even today, as you say, at Auntie Jean's here, the Garvey village. Unless people leave their homes and come down and support and hear what's going on, because it doesn't take many I believe one person can change everything.
That's good.
But because if that person applies themselves and has that drive, they can achieve everything.
Excellent.
We have to bring everything to the ear of people.
Excellent. But let me know for Thursday. As I said, I got nothing on Thursday at this moment in time, so I'll come myself.
Well,
If I have something, I'll get someone who works for me to come and do it.
Right. Well, as I say, I will make that inquiry for you.
Because someone actually wrote to me an email asking me, was I going to come to the church today? And I says, I can't just turn up to a church. There's a protocol.
No, there's protocol. Exactly.
And as I said, I'll speak with.
But what I will say, which is part there, if you like, there will be cameras. There will be cameras there, and there will be some filming. So why I say that? So those who were there at least, including Reverend, that's already a force head. That's already force head. That's already gone. That's taken as read. So I couldn't see you being excluded for any reason.
No, but the difference being, I want. Everyone uses cameras nowadays, but when I use this, I like setting up in a good position, good sound. Ministers might
be streamed. It's going to be streamed that day as well.
Because who's streaming it?
That I'm not sure. I haven't been given the details.
Because what I wanted to do was to do it as well, and then the footage will be yours.
That's right.
Do you get the difference?
That's the difference. That is the difference. And again, you see, we all have an audience, and no matter what's going on, you have an audience. And this is a national move, at minimum. It's probably international, but at the minimum, the New Cross Fire Foundation is a national movement. You know, there were families, don't forget, that came down from...
Have you got the New Cross Foundation got your own live stream on the day?
Sorry, the New Cross Foundation, have we got our own...
Your own live stream on the day?
Live streaming day?
No. On Thursday, is someone from your organisation on?
No.
Do you get the point I'm making?
No. This is all Lucian Council led. Because the issue is, as I said, this is Lucian Council are hosting this event, right? But now the difference is this. Absolutely. But the point I'm making is this. And very wealthy people, person more particular, has been on record saying you don't have to own as long as you steer.
Of course.
Yeah? You don't have to own.
That's right.
I mean, we could be talking about financial intelligence now as well. When they say that you own nothing, but you influence and manage everything.
Of course.
And that's where we're at. So,
but you hear where I'm coming from.
Because we're the community equally. We all pay our taxes and whatever else. So whatever is there, we're equally entitled to it. But if nobody's going to step up to the plate and in an advisory capacity, if nothing else, to influence a situation, the powers that be will do what they feel is correct, which is not wrong. But if nobody's willing to step up...
I hear you. But play the politics, ask the questions, and let me know the answers.
Absolutely.
But the invitation is there. I'm now going to speak to Auntie. Auntie, you're next. Don't hide from me. So I'm now going to speak to that woman there, that beautiful young lady. You are next. See, I need a microphone on Auntie as well. So if you put the microphone on Auntie, she gets used to me. She pretends she's shy.
Pretty.
She pretends she's shy. Beautiful. Big up.
This guy.
So Auntie, so if you stay there, I like the composition, especially in the background. We've got the Auntie Jean's African cultural market. So Auntie Jean, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to interview you. But look in there.
All right.
Yeah. So
don't look at you. Look at it.
No, don't look. Yeah, look in there. Who are you?
You don't know. Anyway.
No, but the people watching don't know.
Okay. Hi. What's up, everyone? I'm Auntie Jean from the Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. What else do you need to know?
No. What is the African Cultural Market? We're here at St Andrew's Church in Brockley.
Yeah. The community
I'm educating people watching because they know nothing.
All right.
So educate them.
Okay, the Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. I won't tell the long story how it came about, but it's here because it's a way of getting us people together. Even if it's once a month, come together, come and have your Sunday dinner, come buy something, and also be entertained and educated. because we have different speakers that come on different topics throughout each and every month. Also, we have different stalls that come. You can buy our things from our people. So basically, it's helping our own little businesses have a platform, have a space that they can sell their wares. And also, we have somebody who sells our food, the tropical food, the yam, banana, the pears. You come down here. Basically, even has what do you call it? The seeds piss. The seeds with pips in it. I nearly swore. Anyway, but yes. And there's a way to meet people every month. Somebody meets somebody they haven't seen for years. So it's a good meeting place. People actually deliberately come here to me on a regular basis, or just come down. You don't have to come with your family. It's good if you do come with family, but if you don't have a family, you can come on your own and meet people. I mean, it's a friendly atmosphere. It's family orientated. It's a community orientated as well, and as I said, it's to educate, get information about what's going on in the community, what's going on outside our community as well, and the information that you need to know. And as I said, we've got some young people that come down, and then they, as I said, I don't know if you saw it before, but they have a poetry section, and that's run by Brother Nate. And each month they pick on a leader, hero, shiro, or a warrior of our past. Today was Steve Biko. I can't remember the name of the queen who they're going to be for next month, but yeah.
But do you know something, Auntie Jean? I'm really proud of the great work you're doing. And you send me stuff most days, and I send you stuff. We don't always get chance to attend. Yeah. You're busy, I'm busy. But fortunately, you contacted me, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday.
Very short notice, and I was had my fingers crossed, my eyes crossed, my foot crossed, everything crossed to see whether or not you'd be able to come. And I'm here. As you know, I don't just like leaving the camera on. I like to engage with people, and then we're educating those watching, and we're creating a historical record, a historical narrative. Yeah. And it is so great. But the bit I'm really shocked at, your tenacity, your determination. When I first came here about 5 months ago, when I saw all of the markets, and I'm going to go in there and show people very soon, but I'm amazed at what is available in this building once a month, and people need to know this is where you can come and get so much stuff. I swear to God, I was shocked. I'm glad you're shocked, because I mean, you can tell everybody that this is the place that you need to come. I mean, as I said, there's more than one stallholder in one place. You don't have to be travelling all different places. Come here to the Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. As I said, it's once a month here at St Andrew's Church Community Centre, based in Brockley. It's at the church. The community centre is at the centre, at the back of the church, and your landmark is the Esso petrol station. So if you're coming by bus, train, car, walk, foot,
or like me, train and bus.
It is easy to find. And once you know there's an Esso petrol station, by what direction you're coming from, the ask of Esso petrol station, the church is situated just in front of it.
But let's continue to educate, and you'll understand where I come from. Earlier on, I saw you with water in your hands, people calling out names of those who have passed away. So for those who don't know what libation is, can you go into educate them?
Okay, libation. When we pour libation, that's another thing about the African Culture Market. The name is culture, to bring back our culture that we've actually lost. So when I first started the African Culture Market, I brought in a priest. Well, the priestess started first, and then the priest came afterwards. And basically poured libation. We give thanks to our ancestors, and we give thanks to the Ludamari, which is the Most High, the creator of all things, creatures great and small. So what I do with the libation, I'm giving thanks to, I start with giving thanks to the Ludamari, the Most High. Then I give thanks to the ancestors who left us legacies, left us the writings on the wall, left us the monuments, so that when we as a people can find ourselves, we know who we are. Then I go on to the enslaved has got taken away from the shores of our home. And we thank them for their tenacity, because if it wasn't for their survival, a lot of us would not be here today. Then I go on to thank the leaders and heroes and warriors who's helped us to be in a position where we are today. But we haven't made it yet. So we now have to be the leaders, the heroes, the sheroes and warriors of today. We have to pick up that mantle where they've left off. And I also go to thank our own ancestors, whose heads and shoulders who we stand upon, like Egbo, or maybe you know it as the guardian angels. That's there with us from the time we were born right through to the time that we passed on to the ancestors. We give them thanks as well. And also, it finishes off with giving thanks to our relatives, the people who's helped us and brought us into the world and helped to bring us up, who's influenced us. So libation is about giving thanks. And as I said, once you give thanks, thanks comes back to you. So it shows that you're grateful for actually just being here. No matter what situation you are in, you are here. So you're here, there's trust and there's hope that you can move forward in no matter what situation you are.
Do you know something? It's so great to hear all of that, Auntie, and I'm actually going to go around in the market stall at the right time, but not yet. But finally, you speak during libation or just before about your daughter. Hope you don't mind me asking.
No. She was a stillborn.
Who was a stillborn. Can you tell us more about that? And why is it so important to mention during...
Because I never used to mention her at all. And then I started to do libation, and then she kept on coming into my mind.
Yeah. So
I said, you know something? Let me mention her. Because it's like, you're saying you mention everybody else, but you're forgetting about me. She was a part of my life, even if it wasn't going for the 9 months. But I felt her, I carried her, she moved inside me. And when she did pass, because she was actually born dead, I dreamt her. I had a name for her. And basically she came to me. It seemed like I was dreaming, but I wasn't dreaming. And she told me her name wasn't the name that I named her. Her name was Christina. So I says, okay then, because I kept on calling her because I saw her. And she said, my name is not that, my name is Christina, call me Christina. So that's what I buried her as her name is Christina.
But as normal, Auntie, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. When we engage, it's not often, but you know me, I ask question.
You ask your question.
I ask question, man. I'm not a person with a camera, just point it, you know that.
Yeah.
But I love what...
As I said before I go on, stillbirth is something that people do not talk about. And that, I believe, also some people said it's comforted them as well, because they've had little things that they want to brush aside and don't want to say.
Of course, yes. So what I want to do, I want to have a quick chat with a drummer, one drummer. Yeah. So if I can take the microphone, I just want a quickie with a drummer. Come forward. You're up for interview. Big up. Come forward. Come. You get used to me, girl. So these are the beautiful drummers. So I'm going to ask them. So as soon as Auntie and everyone is ready. So just a quick couple of questions. So earlier on you was playing some hard reggae music. Oh, was that?
Drumming.
Oh, sorry. You was drumming.
Drum beat.
So tell me, yeah.
Drumming by way of the Caribbean, and then that's all.
So when you drum, it is so sweet. I first saw the power of drumming during the Sarah Everard, after she was murdered and Wayne Couzens done something very bad. But I was at the bandstand in Clapham Common when Clive started to drum, and I saw the effect the drum had on thousands of people.
Right. What about the Sasha Johnson as well?
Sasha, yes. I was there.
The African drumming for that as well. That's another one. That's another one.
So tell me more about the drumming, and tell me about it, how important it is, how do you practice, what goes through your mind when you're beating that drum? Talk to people.
Let's just say the drumming was hidden.
You got the camera, look in the camera and talk.
I didn't say the drumming was hidden at one stage, but it's taken its rightful place now. You know, carried on from our ancestors, coming down to us. It is a very spiritual. You know, very, very spiritual.
But what do you mean it's spiritual? What does it mean? You've got to have the right nephew first.
Well, it's a connection from our ancestors, isn't it, really?
I'm educating people, they don't know no different.
Passed down to our DNA, from DNA to DNA to DNA. And it's passed down to us, and it's for us to push that out to the community also. For them to know the significance of the African drum. When you drum and you're playing the African drum, the ancestors come around us. It's spiritual, it's powerful, it's vibrational. We are no longer on the planet when we drum. We are taken to a different place.
Are you taken to a different place?
A different place, yes, spiritually.
Do you know something? When I listen to the drum, my heart, boom, 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 and I feel sweet, man.
It's the same thing happening to us.
The reason why that is because the rhythm of the drum is a heartbeat. So it's the heartbeat of the drum, the bass, is connecting to your inner self. And that is what the drum does. It touches everybody and it lowers stress levels because it's actually touching your inner core, the drumming, and it's very spiritual, so it's very calming. And that is what the drum does.
So are you going to be drumming in a minute?
Yes.
And how do you decide what to play, or you just... How does it work?
We practice and we learn about the rhythms, so we're not just making up rhythms. They are passed down from the ancestors, and we practice them until we...
But how? I'm educating people, I'm being devil's advocate. How does the ancestors pass down the rhythms? Do they do it on a DVD, on an MP3, MP4? How do they do it? People don't...
We've got to drum circles.
Where the elders, where there's elders, where elders learn from their elders, and the elders learn from their elders, and the elders learn from their elders.
And some of the ancestors let some of us pay attention to the beats. Pay attention and we receive it gladly. We put up my arms so that we remember it every day. See it? So those are ones who forget it. Some of us are there to remind them.
Bigger. So are you going to be playing? Is it beating the drum or playing the drum?
We're going to be playing.
Playing.
Yes, we are the same.
But I'm going to ask you a dodgy political question. I've said it before, there is a big market for what you do. Why have you not set up a business and marketed yourself so you make money to be able to grow larger and do this even more? That's a dodgy question, but I have to ask it. I know the answer. Why don't you not do it?
Even though you see we're looking all calm and cool, it's been a bit turbulent, isn't it? A lot of things have happened.
It's not designed for that. Our ancestors, when they pass it down, it's not designed for us to be marketed at all. That is something where another set of people can do. But you know, when you're dealing with spirituality, when you're dealing with our ancestors, when you're dealing with the Creator, when you're dealing with the Most High, that cannot happen.
I have been to circles where there's different races and it's like an orgy. That is not what African drumming is about. They've commercialized it. African drumming is not about that. It's from the heart, it's spiritual, it's vibrational, and it's passed down to our ancestors. So we are the same drummers.
But because we are not commercializing it, or because there isn't a business plan behind it, you're doing it for free and people are taking advantage. Yes, I'm being devil's advocate. If you know me ask questions and you're educating people.
You're looking at me, yeah? I spent many years doing sound system. I see it as the same kind of thing.
I'll change the
love. You're up for it. When we see the fuck them big speaker box there, you know, we're tired in the morning, but we have to bring it back to where it came from. Same thing with this.
Also, you talk about the money. We're not doing it for the money. Our spiritual bank account is full, and we are passing on the legacy to our community and the wider world. That's what it is.
Do you know something? What is really great? The people at Speaker's Corner can't cuss me now because we're now talking about that spiritual bank account.
Yeah, that's right.
Spiritual.
Yeah.
He's feeling.
Yeah.
That's right.
And our cup is running over.
Gee, it's overflowing.
Yeah, it's overflowing with the Most High. Yes, guiding and protecting us through. Protecting us through on the spiritual journey. What they implanted in us.
That's right.
So we are taking the baton and we're running with it. We want to make money from it, go ahead. But that's not what we're going to do.
Can't take the money with you.
And there's programs about how the
I'm
drum
not
is
saying
made.
that we don't, we can, the people will pay us because we've done a good service and whatever. But we're not here to lavish no money with it and whatever. No.
I hear you. But thank you very much. Yes. But I ask dodgy questions, but I have to educate the people watching.
That's right.
Big up.
Rest in peace, Darko Soul.
Just got to put a new battery in there. It's live. It's live. You want a copy? I'll send you one. I'll send it. What? Press send, See your number on in there? And what name do I put it under?
Hindi drummer. I'll do it.
Ring me and remind me, and but you got a few days.
Yeah.
Let me ring a client quick. So, good evening. Biko. So, good evening to all of you who are watching. My name is Wendell Daniel, and welcome to StreetMic, and we're coming to you live and direct from St Andrew's Church here in Brockley. And this is going to be an amazing event. It started already, and it's a commemoration for the young people who died in the New Cross fire 43 years ago. And in a few moments we're going to be getting a presentation from a gentleman who I spoke to not long ago. And then what is going to be happening, we're going to get in some drummers, and when they finish I will then go at the back and you can see some of the market stalls that are out there. But what will be happening later on is that some survivors, I'm led to believe, will be actually coming down here and speaking. So there's a lot more that is taking place here at this event. And what is really important is to be here. And many of you may not be happy that I'm not at Speaker's Corner. I don't care. And the reason I'm not there, go into the community tab and read all of the comments after the post I've made, specifically to do with the behaviours that is going on at Speaker's Corner. And I ain't got time for that rubbish. I have better things to do with my life, and being amongst badly behaved persons is not part of that. So when people start behaving properly down at Speaker's Corner, I may return. So until further notice, I will not be going to Speaker's Corner. If some people are not happy, who cares? They don't control me. So that is the great thing. So later on this week, there will be an event at the church here. It is being arranged by Lewisham Council, and I've asked the person to permit me to be at the church on his behalf, live streaming the event, and then they control the output of what's happening. Lewisham Council are already doing it, but let's see if we can do so. So, you know, I'll find out more information, but I'm going to say hello to a few more of you, whoever's in the chat. I don't expect many of you to be there today, but this morning, about 4 o'clock in the morning, I was actually testing out I was live streaming on YouTube 4 o'clock this morning, and I can't believe when I switched on, within seconds, there's about 10 people coming online because they wanted to engage with me, and I engaged with them for about 10 minutes or so. But what I'm now going to do, I'm going to say hello when I can find. I'm just looking down, but we're going to get some libation and some drummings in a minute. So I'm going to say hello to a few of you in the chat. So I'm still here. We're not dead yet. We're alive and well. So hello to Paul Essex, Biko, Sloopel, Leave My Rights Alone, Swakatat B, Michael English. Good afternoon. So I can already see that people are speculating in regards to what may or may not have happened at the New Cross fire. But, you know, let's listen to what is going to be said down here today. And thank you very much for tuning in. But I will give you some information. I probably will be back at Speaker's Corner, but not for a little while. I ain't got time for that rubbish. I'm far too busy. I'm more interested in events like this. Fair enough, people are not going to watch it, but it's irrelevant to me. What is important is to supporting the community, and as a direct result of doing this, that moral bank account is overflowing. And, you know, you've got to get a lot of returns from doing these events. So what we are going to do in a moment, we're going to engage with some of the people who are, they got drummers. People want, let me ask them, you online, you want some drumming? So those of you want some drummers? What do you want them to drum? So Paul Essex, he was fast asleep. Big up. Local experiment. Hello, Earthlings. Paul Essex has said I'm local. If I'm local, come down St Andrew's Hall. This is where I am. Come on. Leave my rights alone. Hatoum was interviewed by Tommy Robinson, so she was okay. You haven't been listening to my stuff. You listen to rubbish, you listen to conjecture, and you listen to foolishness. What I did tell you, you must listen. I didn't speak the truth. So MC Anthony 007, Miss Drummers, come. Someone on YouTube had said, beat the drums, man. That's what they're saying on YouTube, beat the drums, beat the drums. They're gonna beat the drums, man. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. Beat the drums. Mr. DJ, turn the song down, Mr. DJ. So for those of you on YouTube, I hope you were happy that the drummers played for you, and now other
We give thanks. I keep saying it, but they're going to blaze a path in this world that is going to be like absolutely incredible. We've got to watch this space. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the energy. So we're going to kick off the next presentation, or the first presentation of the day, really. New Crossfire Foundation representative, the founder, Richard, is going to come through and just, break down what's happened. The 14 dead, nothing said. We see them across there. This horror. I mean, what is it? It's like 40 years.
This will be the 43rd.
42 years.
Yeah.
43 years.
Yeah, 42 years. This is... Yeah,
43 years. Like, I'm stumbling over the actual number because it's actually insane that we're having to deal with this from this angle, right? We just need to get to a place that we can honor our ancestors without the anguish of dealing with trauma. And we got to really hail up the champions of our community that are ensuring, when there is no light, there is no media attention, to make this happen, to bring justice to our people. So with that said, can we give a big African hand for Richard Simpson?
Good afternoon, all. Greetings. First of all, I must rise up the Garvey village. I'm not going to start calling the names because I can't call everybody. But rise up, more powers, more powers. And those of you who are present equally, rise yourselves up. because unity is strength, and those people who leave what they're doing and come out and continually support the Garvey family here, rise up yourselves. Thank you for allowing me to share with you a few minutes. Where do we start? Okay, I'm Richard Simpson. Let me say that first. Let me give you a little bit of the backstory quickly, if you don't mind, that has brought me to this position now. First of all, I will apologize for my colleagues, those who have not been able to make it today. So you only have me for what it's worth. But big up. Thank you again. But essentially, what has happened is, we're all members of the community. I run Coming Up, which is a chain of Caribbean takeaways, caterers, and restaurants. More to the point, my children now have several branches and brands of their own, which is Craving in Brighton. Thank you. Craving in Brighton, Taste Soul Good, Lewisham High Street, After Hours, which is in Downham, New Cross, Wandsworth Road. There's the takeaway outlets, and there's also the AF Lounge, which is Shisha Bar. Why I say all that, I say all that to say this. I'm about legacy. I'm about legacy building. I'm about setting foundations. And I'm about providing platforms for people to project themselves on, to reach the best that they can be in all things. And what do we start with? We start with self first. And self to me is my family. Now, we can't necessarily influence everybody. We all have spheres of influence, yes. But we must start with self, and we must start with home. Because that will exemplify. That will speak the volumes for which I don't have to speak in my case. Because they're out there trotting the boards and doing things for themselves. But they've come from a place of nurturing, a place of business nurturing, which made them feel exceptionally confident to step out there into the world and do what they've got to do. And I think that's incumbent upon all of us. No matter where we walk, it's incumbent upon us to raise our children in the fact that they can achieve anything. And that's not simply platitudes. That's simply placing our children in the company of those we know who can offer positive instruction, who can offer. I have people coming to me now saying, I can quote one actually from Leeds who called me and says, brother, I've heard about you. I want to open a restaurant, whatever else. Can I come down and show me a few things? I said, of course. No problem, of course. Food was being cooked before I was born, and food will be cooked after I'm gone, I'm sure. I'm a monopoly on this. So he came down, and he came down 3 consecutive weeks. I said, come down on a Saturday morning, come early, and we'll run through all the prep, everything. Because irrespective of what we're doing, there is, I always say when people come to me now, boy, I'm a chef, you know. I'm a chef. Oh, you're a chef. Okay. What's a boning knife? What do you understand by the term danger zone? And I'll just say what it is. 5 to 63 degrees Celsius. That pathogens, harmful bacteria will grow. That's bedrock. And so I deliberately say that to people because I say, no, don't abuse people's profession. Things that they have taken time to develop. No, come to me and say you're a good cook. I'll accept that. Tell me that you can combine flavors. I'll accept that. But don't come with this big boisterous move because we have to walk in humility. Yeah, that's right. We have to walk in humility. So come to me and let me find out your worth. Let's come round apart, put something together, and we'll soon find out your worth. Because I'll see if you're no good, you're good, or whatever the case might be. So again, that's another lesson. Just walk in humility. Because it's important, I feel it's important, to consider what people might say when we're not present, more than what people will say in our presence. All right, so I'm saying that, and that's where I'm coming from. So, Coming Up is in its 32nd year now, and on our 30th anniversary, I was led to place a mural on my restaurant, which perhaps many of you have seen. So I commissioned a mural, 3.5 meters high, which was a reflection, my brother, which was a reflection of the Black People's Day of Action, which came out of the New Cross Fire. Reason being, I thought the best way to celebrate our 30th anniversary would be to do something for the community. How do I do this? I lost a particular friend that day. I say particular because I knew several of them. But one in particular, we went to primary school together, Glenton Powell. We went to primary school, and he was to us, I've given this story before, so forgive me if you've heard it before, but he was to a single family, a single parent family. And we would both leave primary school, and then he would come to our home. Now, he didn't have a television. He used to watch TV in our house. And Mum would obviously cook as you do and wait for his mother to come home from work. So that's how it was. It was very much hand-on. Glenton died in that fire. And I've learned since, he's never had anybody really speaking up for him. Where the meetings would come and there'd be family members and they'd represent this one and whatever. There was no one ever speaking up for him. So I said, well, this is the justification why I'm doing it. And when others heard, the first some thought was, well, feathering his own nest, businessman, hyping up himself, that kind of thing. But then when they heard the story and then they felt the heart of the families, because there was a private meeting which I was invited to, and some were up in arms about what was taking place because they weren't told, and I said, well, with respect, I don't have to say anything and seek permission. I'm doing something for my friends. So when they heard everything, they realized that it was a proper heart move. And it being a proper heart move, moving forward, just to speed things up, I was invited to this group, which we now know as the New Cross Fire Foundation. I wasn't only invited to the group, I was invited to be a director. So there are 4 directors of the group, and I'll just mention them. So there's, sorry, I'm going blank. So there's Gary Collins, number 1. He's what we would call commonly the CEO. He's the operations manager. He lost his brother Andrew. Pat Warmington. Pat was friend of Yvonne, who helped, compile, as you do, help compile the guest list and whatever. So she was a best friend of the celebrant. And then you've got Wayne Haynes, who is the DJ circuit known as Wayne Anthony. He was the worst injured survivor. And he's not in the country at the moment, but he'll shortly be back in time for Thursday. Those members were together, and then I was invited to the group, as well as others were invited. But this has been now 2 years in the making, and we haven't officially launched as yet. So let me say all that. We haven't officially launched. But already, we've achieved in that. And again, I said all I did about my family to say I'm about legacy building. So I've said to them in the off, look, I'm not interested in the whodunit. The whodunit aspects is not of any importance to me, as important as it is. Don't get me wrong. And to some, I'm about legacy building. I have no intent to be digging up files and the rest and questions, because there are other more capable people in our community who task themselves with that when the time is appropriate. What I will say, the New Cross Fire Foundation holds every piece of paper that's been produced. Every piece of paper that's been produced. Every statement, the 2 inquiries, everything is held more particularly by Gary. And this was a work he's continuing from his father, we call Sir Collins. And I would just say this, for I think I'm looking at, and most people, if I said 4 Aces Club, and I said Oasis night spot, I think most would know what I'm talking about. Well, his father was the owner. Dalston, that's right. And I'm saying that because his name wasn't up front, but I'm telling you, he was the owner. All right, for a multitude of things. So he was a photographer, and he has a huge repertoire of pictures. But Hackney, because of that, because everybody's asking why is Hackney involved, and that's the reason why Hackney's involved. Hackney Borough Council have supported to the hilt the trees which are now in Downs Park, 14 trees, which were originally wanted to be planted down here. His father wanted to plant them but wasn't allowed. And then they went, as a consequence, behind the club. When the club was demolished, Hackney said, put them in Downs Park. So there's 14 trees now. And there is something else about to take place in March, so watch this space. There's It's been a complete redesigning. And why I say all that, if you didn't know, there's a memorial stone in Fordham Park. I didn't know this. Till relatively recently. Yes, tucked away, exactly. And it's cracked. And there's a bench next to it that seems like it hasn't seen soap and water for a long time. Right? But, so to my mind, I've learned this, and I'm in New Cross. Remember, I've been in New Cross 32 years trading. And I didn't know. So I thought, well, if I don't know, how much less would other people know? And, you know, I'm not that I should know everything, but it's just behind me, and I'm reasonably known in the community. I thought somebody would have brought it to my attention. But no. So that spurred me even more to say, well, I know people. I'm blessed with the fact that people eat my food, and it puts me in, well, thank you again. It puts me in the audience of many people. And I'm not into hyping myself, and I'm not into name dropping, but I've been in political circles. I've met Gordon Brown. I sat opposite him in 10 Downing Street in the, what they call where the G20 sat and all that, in the cabinet room. I've done that. So the point I'm making is, I have a sphere of influence, and it's only right that I use that influence for the betterment of my people. That's all it's about. It's about nothing more than that. And this is a subject very close to home. The morning, and I'll just touch on this as well, the morning of the event, I and 2 others were walking from the podium, and we as we would say, we are trodders, 15 years old, we're not driving, we walk. But it wasn't uncommon. You'd be walking home from a party, and 4, 5, 6 o'clock, well, mainly after 6 o'clock, mainly when it light up and everybody can take bus, and you see groups of people walking about their business, just dress up to the nine. I come from dance. That's how it was. So we'd come from podium at Vauxhall, and we'd gotten down to the Marquis. Just as we got down to the Marquis, a friend of mine, his brother, the one who was walking with, came round the corner, and for those who are old enough again, he had a brand new second-hand 1600 E Cortina Mark III. So that was him stepping up from the Triumph Dolomite. So he shot round the corner, saw us, and I said, and then there was a conversation, because they said Gemini's playing over there, because we're all attached to sound system. Everybody had a little sound system, them little speaker, little something, whatever. Everybody had them. So we know what's going on. Gemini was playing, Wayne Anthony was actually playing the music at that dance. And so I said, no boy, I can't miss this drive, A 3 mile walk, I'm going to have to reach Catford. 3 more miles, and this was 4 o'clock in the morning. And so we know what happened thereafter. There was, obviously, the fire ensued, lives were taken, and you might then say the rest is history. So that's my personal, that's the background. So we're at the New Cross Fire Foundation now. So I'm invited to be a director, and I've given you the names of the other directors, so it's not me alone. We are about legacy building, and what we've already achieved, we work with a 6th form college in Hackney, already delivering. We work with goldsmiths, developing modules for all key stages. Because even when you see the mural I have in New Cross Road, so many have stopped and looked and read the plaque, and it inspires a conversation. Because there's one thing that can't be said that you didn't see. You didn't see. You can't say you didn't know. But visuals work better than words, don't they? So if you see this 3.5 meter image, you can't, and it's already been desecrated. We thought it was going to happen. Because I said, even in the production, a friend of mine, Frank Baptiste, who owns Colourset. Now, Colourset do all the Labour Party conferences. Or what you see on their conference. So it's not no puppy show or something. Right? But Frank was with Glenton the morning at I can't remember if it was called Quicksilver, but one of the arcades. And they were discussing the party the morning. So when I mentioned to Frank, this is what I've got planned, what can you do? He said, no, leave that to me, that's mine. Don't. And this is what's happened right the way along. I came up with this idea, and he said, no, just design it, send it to me, and then leave the rest to me. I'll do that. So, and that's what happened. He stepped up. And he went to primary school with Glenton too. So he said, right, we did it, put it up there. So I said, but Frank, how are we going to protect it? He said, no, we don't have to protect it. I said, but what if somebody damages it? He said, I'll put up another one. And that's the position. He said, if they tear it down, we'll build it back. If they tear it down, we'll put it back. Yeah. And that's what's happened. But last year, somebody tore it the corner. And I said, all right, let's see if the community is paying attention. And I posted it on, and this really touched my heart. I posted it on what they call X now. And I don't, the only time I go on social media really is to put messages out to the community. I don't do anything else. And Facebook and the rest. Not the following morning, the day after, my daughter was parking up right by the New Cross shop, because her business is next door after hours. And she called me and she said, Dad, there's somebody playing about with the mural. But because she's parking up, she's looking out of her car, and she said, but they've got a roll of tape in their hand. And I said, no, don't do anything. Leave them. See what they're going to do. And she stayed there, and I was getting commentary. And somebody come with a roll of tape and taped it back. Yeah? Look at that. And that, I tell you what, I was on the phone, I was crying. I was like, wow. And this is the influence we have, all of us. The community took charge. That was the idea. The community took charge. And I didn't report what happened after that. They taped it up. And within 3-4 days, the person came back, whomever it was, and ripped it off again. So, you understand, it's touching a nerve. It's touching a nerve. But we rise above all these things. It's fine. Because it's now, that corner will be replaced now. So that's not an issue. All right. So this is the power we have when we come together and we make these public statements. Don't think that your time is wasted, because one person can make a change, and that person, and it might sound cliche, that person is you and I. That person is you and I. We all have spheres of influence. We all have spheres of influence. And we see that because and they're speaking recently about giving people their flowers. And that's right. Because my father always said, never mind the dead. Do what you can do for who they are. Do what you can do for who is alive. That's what's more important. And it's what people say whilst you're alive about you than what people might say when you're dead, because at that time they're more interested in a white rum special brew, or it's not a special brew anymore, I don't drink anymore. Whatever it is, Magnum and Boom and Rum or whatever it is. Everybody's drinking and talking and whatever after you're gone, and a dance and whatever else, and then you're a distant memory. So we're about, again, get back to that word, legacy building. So we're working with Goldsmiths, as I said. We're already in the process of producing modules for all key stages, because we have to get it on the curriculum, and it will happen. As I say, we haven't even launched yet. But what the New Cross Fire Foundation has been able to do thus far, the memorial service, which is taking place in this building, St. Andrew's Church in Brockley, what we've been able to do so far is have an influence on the form it's taking. Now, I'm not knocking anybody, because Lucian's paid for this, and they've kept this going for 40 odd years, and a few people in the community who have been around. But what my belief is that some people may have thought this is their claim to fame. So, and in so doing, has perhaps let the local authority off the hook. Because if the local authority says this is what we're doing, and that's the chair of the organisation, or as was, they've ticked the box. They can't be brought to book. They've ticked the box. They're doing something, and they've got whom they consider, because that's who's approached them, the organisation relating to the New Cross Fire. We've now come along, and last year we managed to have them have a public reception. We didn't have enough time to put the word out, but we still had going 200 people in at the Civic Suite. That had never happened before. So this year, we were actually invited to the meetings. We invited the meetings, and we've said, well, essentially, thank you very much, but from here on in we lead. This is what we want to happen. And we were unapologetic. We've got New Testament Church of God, Lehigh Road. We've got their choir down. So we've got gospel artists. as a start. There'll be at the beginning, there'll be in the middle, and there'll be at the end of the service. There'll be the mandatory readings of the names of the deceased. So there's certain things and protocols and the rest that have to be adhered to. We understand that. But what we're also doing next door, putting out all the tables, all the white cloths, floral arrangements, because we've always said that we deserve better. And we are payers of taxes as well. And if the local authority is just the keeper of those funds, so we're entitled to as much. So we're entitled. So we said we want to have this. So we've got the tables out, the cloths will be out, the floral decorations will be out, and it will look like something worthwhile and pay proper honour to the deceased, recognizing those who are still present, and drawing a line in the sand and said, well, we're there now. We're here. But we, again, the New Cross Fire Foundation, are only an umbrella. We're an umbrella organization. We will take the ideas and the skills and encourage people to work through us given time. And we will commission people. This is part of the legacy of it. We will commission people to do certain aspects of work. We're already involved with Glenn. I just called the name. Sorry, forgive me, I'm going back. The fire in West London. Somebody help me. Grenfell. Right, sorry. We're already involved with Grenfell. We have a member that sits on the panel with Grenfell. So we're dealing with trauma. And we will be dealing with traumatic experiences, because I know people personally who haven't had a proper life chance because of the fire, who were just thrown. I know people who have gone to drink. I see them in New Cross all the time. They've gone to drink. Their life has been shattered. Yes, there was one, the 14th, who actually took his life. Such was the devastation. And think about it. What drives persons to a place that they contemplate that not being here is better than being here? Right? So we have to just think about that. So again, working with the trauma in our community, as much as individually, it's not just going to be a blanket situation if I have my way in doing things. It will be identifying individuals and holding their hand through a process, albeit now. 42 plus years later. This is what we have to do, and have our youth recognize that not only did this happen, but by doing what we're doing, by default, we're empowering people. By default, if you see somebody doing something that you can relate to, the persons you can relate to, if you can relate to them, then that might inspire you to go and do something that you might not have otherwise done. And that's what's important. So that's what the New Cross Fire Foundation is about. First of all, and this is the first task, and the planning has already been gotten, let me say, to create a space in Fordham Park and a proper mural and a therapeutic zone where we're going to have people with better knowledge than me actually part of the designing, tranquility, all the things that make up peace, a space of reflection, whatever it might be, but it's going to be more than just a stone. It's physically going to be bigger anyway. I mean, even if we look to, and we did cite this in one of our papers a couple of years ago, there's the memorial statue, which is 12 feet high, which was unveiled, Windrush, which was unveiled at Waterloo. 12 feet high, 9 feet wide. That's a presence in bronze. That's the presence. Yeah, that's already been done. But what we're speaking about is that physical statue, but also the design of the space. The design of the space. As I say, there are people that know a lot more about it than me. People who have studied all of this, and people who will know how best to go about the layout to offer this piece. But this is the first thing we're tasked with, as well as the educational plan and getting it in the schools, and getting it on the curriculum, and getting it nationally. These things are already in place, and I say we haven't officially launched. What I will also encourage everybody to do, the inquiries information at the bottom there, the inquiries email rather, info@ncff.co.uk. Register. Get yourself on our database. because if nothing else, when we do have this launch, and amongst other things, there will be a huge barbecue type launch as well. We want to invite everybody. We want to have the powers that be see that we are capable of coming together. See that we can organize ourselves. And I pay tribute to Brother Leader Bandaka here, who's always spoken about leadership, who's always spoken about organizing, who's always spoken about, from the very first time I've been introduced to the brother, I've always heard that coming from his lips, and I carry that forward. Organize yourselves. Organize yourselves. Organize yourselves. And I'm just hoping that those words, the seeds that he sowed into my life very earlier on, will manifest in this. So there's a flow of energy. There's already a flow of energy taking place. So now we just got to spark up everybody else. It's that simple. We've just got to enliven everybody else and let everybody else realize that we are here, we're part of it, and we are equally entitled. We are equally entitled to everything that every other community has. But we have to organize ourselves. The likes of the Garvey Village, organizations. Individuals are good, but organizations are better. Collective voices are better. And then when you really let the network work, it becomes magnanimous. Because now you've got the unity of organizations. Yeah, we've got the unity. We've got NCFF working with the Akaibo Land Revivalist Movement, working with the Garvey Village. Already in this room. Look at the expanse. So again, the network. We're letting the network work. Right, sorry, I'm hoping I haven't gone on too long. I haven't even mentioned the Thursday, so let me get that in quickly and then I'll hand over. On Thursday, this coming Thursday, which is the 18th of January, the 43rd anniversary of the New Crossfire, the memorial service is going to be taking place here at St. Andrew's Church at 10:30 in the morning, followed by refreshments next door. Now, when I sat around that table with my colleagues and the council looked and said, I said, how do you normally get the word out? I said, we rely on the Lewisham Council's database. And I said, who in the community is on Lewisham Council's database? Nobody. All right, leave that with me. And that's when I said, right, we're going to start engaging everybody. But what about the numbers? I said, listen, not everybody's going to want to enter a church for their own whatever purposes. But I've seen many a funerals outside. When we see the brother, them park up and the ball fly and white rum go round. And if that's their way, that's their way. Because the New Crossfire wasn't a church. It was people. So we have to recognize everybody. However they do it. Some people want solace. Because the cemetery will be open on the 22nd for those who want to just go and be silent. That's fine. That's fine. And that ought to be recognized too. But if somebody wants to be present and, as I said, pass or buckler, white rum roll, or brandy, or whatever it might be, and that's the way they're showing respect to their people, then so be it. Who am I? Who is anyone else to judge? No. My thing is give the community the opportunity to do it in a fashion they want to do it and recognize it as having some value. Just because we're not in an Anglican situation and reading something from a book and and that's it. No. All due respect to them who have kept it going for 42 years prior to. But this is a different day and we're here. Thank you very much for your time. Oh, sorry. Look. Yes, my brother. I'm just going to say one other thing as my sister. She said, if I didn't say this, and I saw her jump up at the end of it. Yeah, all right. Because, again, I'm not interfering in my own nest. But let me give you an update of what's happened with coming up in the Lewisham Shopping Centre. We've been in the Lewisham Shopping Centre for 6 years. Some of you might know. What happened with 1 month's notice in October, I got a call and they told me to vacate. No reasoning whatsoever. 8th of October. And I thought it was a joke. In fact, I said to the person on the phone, Landsec, Land Securities, they wouldn't be doing, I looked at my phone, I saw it was a mobile. I said, but they wouldn't be doing their business on a mobile phone. I took it as a joke. I hung up. 3 weeks later, just past the 1st of November, I got a call from the same individual. I was attending a funeral, I remember. And they said, but you have to be out by the 8th of November. And I said, I thought this was a joke. I said, I honestly thought it was a joke, but it's not a joke. So then they served proper notices, paperwork and whatever else. I had to leave there the 2nd of December, which I did. And I made sure everything was spotless, clean and whatever else. Perfect. The Saturday, the 2nd of November. By the 4th, the 2nd of December, by the 4th, by Monday the 4th, they had installed a bubble tea, a Vietnamese bubble tea operation. And I was like, wow. That's what I said. It's like, I know the processes of having the approval of your unit, the time it takes, drawing it up, the time it takes for them to approve, the legal work. I know it takes months. So this was contrived a long time ago. This is the update. And this is where we laugh. And Noah said, wow, there's a gun. I hadn't been back to the centre, but people in the centre had been updating me with what was going on. One of the things was, well, nothing's going on for them. Last week Saturday, I got a call. Richard, it's their last day. I said, what? I said, yeah, they've given in their notice, they're going. And I said, what? 1 month? He said, nothing's going on for them. 1 month. So, just as this year started out, the Landsec had emailed me because the community started emailing and there were some things being said and one came to my ear and I emailed them and copied in my solicitor and said, well, do whatever you want, but you're not going to defame me. Then, finally, the director of the Lewisham Centre, now, he hadn't engaged with me at all. He had just been sending his little minions to do his work. Hadn't engaged with me at all. Just before the Christmas break, I got an email from him saying, all right, words to the effect, stop all these emails now. It would be better if we sat down and had a conversation. So I said, well, yes. I emailed back. I said, yes, it would have been great to have a conversation beforehand and give me the opportunity to rectify any issues that you felt. That was anything that you felt was an issue, basically. So I left it as that. But then straight away, I emailed afterwards and I said, well, yes, we can talk, but what are we going to talk about? What's the agenda? I'm not going to give you the opportunity just to give me your silly reasons for me not being there. That's not help me. That lets you off now, because now your conscience you feel is clear. So that was the last email. I said, give me an agenda and let me know what we're going to speak about. Just before Christmas. They got back in January, and as I say, days ago, the tone completely changed, because they're not aware that I know that they've already given notice to go. The tone changed. Now it was, we would like to meet you. And I can't remember verbatim, but we've reviewed, or words to that effect. Further, and we've reviewed whatever. Okay, so a meeting has been set up now for the end of January. So, more power. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, sister. Thank you. I was going to say that. I learned after I did mine
that there's a mural of some sort in Goldsmiths as well. Yeah, there are some who knew, but the majority didn't know. And again, when Brother Leader speaks about organizing yourself, this is what it's about. They only recognize their piece of paper. And we're academics equally. We're academics equally. So what we have to do is empower ourselves and deliver. Because at the end of the day, if you speak Mandarin and I speak English, we need somebody to interpret. And we're foolish if we say we don't know or we don't understand, because we know the rules of engagement. Empower yourselves. Go in their schools if needs be. Learn. Get your PhDs and whatever else. So now, because you have been recognized as an individual by their system, they will speak to you. But if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. But remember, sir, when you go through the door, catch it. That's not when you say, catch it. Make somebody else come behind you. Blessed, my brother.
Can we rise up, Brother Richard, one more time?
Rise up for the powerful works that is ongoing. I just wanted to mention on that last note about the business, black-owned businesses are attacked a lot. So, you know, we talk about black economics and black empowerment is one of the key things in helping our progress. But we must identify these targeted shutdowns as well on successful businesses, particularly those where the mindset of the individual that's in charge is very dangerous to the system. So we must protect our black-owned businesses. That's something I just wanted
to So from one community champion to the next, Brother Leader Bandaka has blessed Auntie Jean's African Culture Market stage many a times with the most powerful, informative presentations. I think we agree, right? Yeah. I've learnt so much. I'm so grateful from knowledge on the continent of our continental leaders to the diaspora and also over here. I think we understand with the New Crossfire that it's been hidden, and we're Londoners. We're in London. And for the majority of us, our people in London, not to know what's going on, it's kind of, in fact, you see that we're more aware of what's happening in America than we are here. So, like I was saying before, I really give thanks to the community champions amongst us that without the media, without the need for fame, without any of that, is literally from the heart and soul and higher purpose why they do this. And yeah, Brother Leader Bandaka has been on this for decades. So, can we give a proper, strong African hand for our King, Brother Leader Bandaka?
Tenai Mwari, Mwana Mukurukuru, Kuzai Muzimukuru, Tenai Mwari. Regai mazwi andi no taura ne kungwa ze mumuyo mangu zinzikwe ne mimwari. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Jah of our creation. Tenai Mwari. Royal elders, queens and kings, princesses and princes of great Mama Africa, I bring greetings as always in the most precious, powerful and bountiful name of our motherland, Al-Kebulan, Mama Africa, in the sacred spirits of our most gracious ancestors, and in a prayer for oneness, hope, and prosperity for all African people upon the face of Mother Earth. Rumbidzo kunamwari Africa. To the God of Africa be the glory. Let's say it again. I just love saying those words. Rumbidzo kunamwari Africa. To the God of Africa be the glory. And we give thanks and praises, brothers and sisters. Yes, it's that time of year again when we are engaged in remembrance here at Auntie Jean's market. I think it's right before we go any further to put our hands and hearts together and heal with our beloved Queen, our Empress, hard-working warrior Queen, Auntie Jean and all those who work with her. Hear them? Hear them? Hear them? For being on it month after month, week after week, day after day. We must remember, beloved brothers and sisters, that when we come here, what we are seeing is the finished product. Yes, brothers and sisters, what we see is the finished product. The hard work that takes place behind the scenes, we don't see it, and it's not often talked about. But we must, brothers and sisters, being the intelligent Africans we are, we must understand the context, and we must honor and respect the context. I say once more, put your hands and hearts together and heal Auntie Jean and a wonderful team for what they have been doing for us for several years without me. And we love you, Auntie Jean, and we love you, brothers and sisters, standing by her and doing this work. It is making us stronger. It is making us better. And Auntie Jean, I just love to see your grandsons. They just inspire me. I love that little exchange I have with them. I love to see them by your side, lifting and pushing and pulling to make it happen. Let's hear those young princes. Hear them? Hear them? You know, I love to recognize our young people. They need our recognition, beloved brothers and sisters. Any excuse we can find to recognize them and say positive things to them, we must always do it. You know, and I was saying to Auntie Jean, two of her grandsons today, I was hearing them and thanking them for standing by Grandma and helping to organize the Kwanzaa celebration. And is it Travell? Prince Travell promptly informed me, we were here helping her today as well. I said, I'm sure you were, son. And I gave him a hug. So let's hear them again, brothers and sisters. Hear them? Hear them! Come on! Hear them! Hear them! Come on! Yes, beloved brothers and sisters, in the word of the wise, a wise African king named Amilcar Cabral, he says the children are the fruits of our labor, the flowers of the revolution, and the principal reason for our fight. It is why we fight, brothers and sisters. It is why we get up in the mornings, because we have children, because we have grandchildren, and we have to create a future for them, beloved brothers and sisters. It's not for us. I don't do this for us. It is for the children and the grandchildren. I don't even do it for my children anymore. I do it for my grandchildren. My grandchildren, beloved brothers and sisters, because they need our protection. Which brings us on to our subject. 43 years ago, on the 18th day, it was, get the thing moving, get the thing moving. Tendai Mwari, what's that man doing on the screen? We want to see the 14 victims, the 14 martyrs of the New Cross Massacre. I say New Cross Massacre, brothers and sisters. I don't say New Cross Fire. I say New Cross Massacre. And beloved brothers and sisters, until they present the facts and the evidence to convince me otherwise. I'm saying New Cross Massacre. I'm saying that our hunch when this awful incident happened was in context, it was logical, and then evidence were brought to the fore that indicated that someone was behind this, and it was driven by racism which was rife on the day. Now, I don't expect everyone, and I know that there are those who are involved in the fire who disagree with this. Well, let us disagree. We don't have to go fighting each other because we disagree. Let's disagree. It's adult to disagree and yet remain good faith with each other. It's adult to disagree and stay in the same room until we resolve the issue. It's adult to disagree and still call you brother, and still call you sister, and still give you a beer hug because we love each other. And we know that what is at stake is bigger than me. It's bigger than you. It's beyond me and you. It is for the children, our grandchildren, because if we can't stay in the same room, they don't have a future. So let's stay in the same room and disagree. That's a powerful thing to be able to do. I disagree with you, my brother, but I love you. And if the enemy puts their hand on you, I will fight with every last drop of blood in my body for your protection. But I don't agree with you. There's some power. Unity never ever meant unanimity. It never ever meant unanimity. It means that we find a way to find common ground and stay in the same room. Stay in the same room. Here we go, brothers and sisters. The New Cross Massacre. We will not forget. We have become forgetful. And all great people remember the most important events of their history, the good, the bad, and otherwise, the best, the worst, and otherwise. All great people remember, and we will remember the New Cross Massacre. 18th of the first month in the year, so-called 1981. We could move to the next slide. It's okay. This is where it happened. This is where it happened, beloved brothers and sisters. 439 New Cross Road in Lewisham. That's an iconic spot in the history of African people here in the UK. We should take our grandchildren and show them the place. I heard the daughter of one of the martyrs of New Cross, Janine, I think her name is, Brother Paul Ruddock's granddaughter, saying, I went to the school across the road from 439 New Cross Road and never heard it mentioned. In all the years she attended that school. It's on YouTube. Go and watch it. We were, the Al-Qaeda Revivalist movement was present at the blue plaque unveiling ceremony that happened in 2011, marking the 30th anniversary, and young people were coming from school and college and walking past us. And we were talking to them, knew nothing. They wanted to know why we were gathered there, 300 or 400 of us, looking at this house. Some of them lived on the road and knew nothing. African children and young people knew nothing. We've got work to do. This is an iconic place that we Africans should own, our community should own 439 New Cross Road. Right? That should be a museum, an institute for us. Okay, so that said, we move to the next slide. Beloved brothers and sisters, these names, these pictures must be etched in our conscious and subconscious mind. I want us to remember that what happened at New Cross, at 439 New Cross Road on that fateful day was not an attack on a family. It was an attack on a people. Right. An attack on a nation. Any family who was living in that home, who had a party on that night, would have been attacked. Understand this, it was an attack on a nation, a race of people. The evidence strongly suggests, I said the evidence strongly suggests. And so, please, at this moment, may we all stand. We're going to say their names with reverence. We're going to assume a posture of reverence, and we're going to say their name and just say Ashe. Ashe in the Yoruba language means, it evokes the power of life, the life force, the eternal energy. So we're going to call their names. Okay, yeah. We're going to call their names. I will call the name, you repeat it, and you say Ashe. I call the name, you repeat it, and say Ashe. Tendai Mware. Ivan Roddock, age 16. Just say the name and say Ashe. Ivan Roddock, Ashe. Paul. Should we just do it together then? Avoid the confusion. Paul Roddock, age 22. Ashe. Humphrey Brown, age 18. Ashe. Humphrey Brown, his date of birth is the same as my date of birth. 4th of July, 1962. We were born on the same day, and I have a strong affinity with the spirit of Humphrey Brown. Peter Campbell, age 18. Ashe. Steve Collins, age 17. Ashe. Patrick Cummings, age 16. Ashe. Jerry Francis, age 17. Ashe. Andrew Gooding, age 18. Ashe. Lloyd Hall, age 20. Ashe. Rustin Henry, age 16. Ashe. And just before we move, if we look at the date of birth, it's incorrect. That is Patricia Johnson, who we will come to. That's her date of birth there. Her date of birth is actually the 23rd of the 8th, 1964. Okay, so just in case anyone pays attention to the date. Let's move to the next one. Patricia Johnson, age 15. Ashe. And her date of birth is the same as my queen's, Sister Kahi's. The 16th of the 5th in the year so-called 1965. Glenton Powell, age 15. Ashe. Look at his date of birth, beloved brothers and sisters. What do we notice? The same day of the massacre. He was killed on his birthday. He went out on his birthday to have some fun. Next, please. Owen Thompson, age 16. Ashe. He was the one that the police made up some story, some lie, that he started a fight in the house that caused the fire. Anthony Burbeck, age 20. Ashe. Anthony Burbeck was the one that jumped to his death 2 years later. in July of so-called 1983, because of his mental afflictions, he always thought he was still in the fire and was always trying to escape. And just like children, young people were jumping from the windows to find safety, he jumped out of the window of a estate to his death. We will remember them. We will honor their name. We will make sacred their name. We will make sacred the sacrifice that they were called to make on that fateful day. We will build in their name and out of our memory of their sacrifice. We will build a nation that will do great things in their name. We will ensure thus that the blood of these 14 will not be shed in vain. Say Ashe. 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 Amen. Ra. It is done. Tenai Mware. Tenai Mware me patro mutinasi. Please sit down, beloved brothers and sisters. And before we go any further, let us also remember the survivors of the New Cross Massacre. Those who managed to survive but remain afflicted in mind, in body, in spirit because of the trauma of that atrocity. Let us remember also the families of the martyred victims as well as the survivors. Let us remember that families were torn asunder because of the trauma of what was more than a tragedy but an atrocity. More will be said in that regard, beloved brothers and sisters. And we want to hail Jack Beulah and Nubian Jack Community Trust for unveiling this blue plaque outside of 439 New Cross Road. The only thing I would say, beloved brothers and sisters, that should say 14 young black people. You hear me? Because 100 years from now, when you read that, you will not know that it was 14 black people that died on that day. Let's move on. But we hear, let's hear Jack Beulah and the Nubian Jack Community Trust. Hear that? So now I want to do something with us, beloved brothers and sisters. I want to look at some, what we call here, timeline of racist policing, because what I want to encourage us to do is to call for an official inquiry into the New Cross Massacre. There's never been a proper official inquiry that brings into question everything that the police undertook from the moment they attended the house. We want to know about the police officers who were driving up and down that road, who responded to local calls. We want to know who called, complaining about the noise from the party. Which police officers responded? What was their response? We want to know everything. We want investigations into the manner in which victims of the atrocity were treated. Yeah. Rather than being treated as not just victims, but material witnesses that you protect, that you preserve, so that they can give the best evidence, they can recall the facts of what happened. You de-stress them. order that they can think. When you do the opposite, you are trying to obstruct the flow of thought. You are interrogating rather than exploring and inquiring. That's what evidently happened. Victims after victims, witnesses after witnesses said I was treated as though I was a common criminal. That's what they did to Dwayne Brooks after the murder of Stephen Lawrence. That's what they did to Roland Adams' brother. What's his name again? His first name slips me. After the murder of him, he was a material witness. He was harassed. He was interrogated. Now what I want to emphasize here, beloved brothers and sisters, that what we see unfolding when we really get into the facts and the evidence, what we see unfolding is something that has been commonplace in our experience as Africans in this country. A kind of relationship between the far right redneck racists and the police force. We had in 1919 the murder of Charles Wooten in Liverpool. There was vicious attack on the African community in Liverpool, especially after World War I. Veterans of World War I, black veterans of World War I were being attacked on the streets. Cut a long story short, Charles Wooten was chased by a mob of thousands. According to eyewitness account, the police were involved in the mob. They were woven into the mob. The police were involved in going and kicking off the doors of Africans in Liverpool at the time, arresting Africans for defending themselves. The symbiotic relationship evidently existing between the police and the hard right. There's a history of it, beloved brothers and sisters. Follow the trail. Next, please. Then we bring it up to 1958, the Notting Hill race riots again. We had reports of police arresting Africans for defending themselves. We had reports that the police were working with the racists who were attacking our people of many of our parents' generation on the streets, culminating in the 1958 Notting Hill, and there was also Nottingham race riots. Let's move on. African community not being protected and having to organize to defend themselves and defend their communities. We have in 1959 the murder of Kelso Cochran. 1959, May 1959, I believe. Once again, beloved brothers and sisters, within 24 to 48 hours, according to reports, the police had all the evidence they needed to effect an arrest on the grounds of suspicion of those who murdered poor Kelso Cochran, who was just coming from the hospital, having injured his hand at work. He was attacked and stabbed through the chest and killed. And the police sat on evidence. As a result of that, no one has ever been arrested, let alone charged, tried, and convicted for this vicious murder. 1959. Let us remember these names, beloved. Let's move on. Then we had in 1969, our brother David Oluwale from Nigeria. Brother was a bright brother. I believe he was an engineer. Bright brother. But went through some difficulties. Had some emotional difficulties. And what happened? This was in Leeds, in Yorkshire. The police harassed him almost every day. Beat him up. Beat him up until he started to suffer from mental illnesses. They beat him and tortured him and beat him and tortured him until one day he ended up in a river somewhere, drowned, so-called drowned. Some sources believe that he died, he was dead before he was thrown in the river. They punched him, they kicked him between the legs, they spat on him, they urinated on him. There's nothing called abuse that they did not do to David Olawale. And in the end, the assault on his human dignity was too much. He gave up the ghost. Police officers. See them there? These were they weren't the only ones, these were the main ones that beat up on the brother. In fact, what they would do in his most vulnerable moment is pick him up on the street, put him in the back of the car, and drive 100 miles and let him go anywhere they feel like. And somehow he would find his way back in Leeds, and they would beat him up again and take him another 50 miles and drop him off somewhere. And that's what they did to him. And that went on and on for years until the brother, his body couldn't take anymore. His mind couldn't take anymore. That's the relationship, the historical relationship with the police. David Olawale, must not forget him. Yeah? There's a history here, beloved brothers and sisters. Let's move on. This is the 1970, the Mangrove 9 trial. All those who know about Mangrove 9, raise your hand if you know about Mangrove 9. This was a restaurant in Ladbroke Grove. A restaurant that was very popular. Some very iconic people would visit. I believe even Muhammad Ali visited the restaurant, and Sammy Davis Jr. The proprietor was brother and Baba Frank Critchlow. But the police decided to take a set on our brother Frank Critchlow and his business, his thriving business, and they would visit the restaurant on a regular basis and raid it, claiming that it was a hotbed for drugs and what have you. They never did find any drugs. But they kept on raiding the place and raiding the place and raiding the place until the community couldn't take it anymore. And so we marched on the police station. What was the name of that police station? Police station. So there was a campaign now to resist the police assault on the restaurant and the people within the restaurant. And what happened? The police basically created an affray, a public affray, and accused the demonstrators of starting the affray, causing public unrest and various other actual bodily harm and whatever else they accused them of. And so they went to trial. Cut a long story short, they won. They won the case, beloved brothers and sisters. But the point I'm making here is the attack. And you know, the attack on the Mangrove restaurant continued on into the 80s until our brother couldn't take it anymore. He had to fold up his business. Yeah? There's a long history here, beloved. And this is the context in which we are saying that the role of the police in botching the investigation into the New Cross Massacre must be investigated. Must be investigated. It must be questioned and it must be investigated. Are you all with me, beloved brothers and sisters? The people of Hillsborough would not have made the progress that they made if they did not have determination, but most importantly, if they did not stay together, if they did not stay in the same room. The truth about Hillsborough and the lies of the police and other institutions institutions, lying institutions, would not be known today. The victims of Derry in Ireland, who were gunned down by soldiers, the truth about that would not be known if the community did not stay together and push hard. And now we're hearing about the post office scandal, the Horizon scandal. Again, a community of people staying together, staying in the same room. Now the truth is coming out. People are being called to account. Where are the people who are being called to account for what happened at 439 New Cross Road on the 18th of the 1st, 1981? Where, brothers and sisters? Where are the blighters who have denied truth and justice? Where are they? Where is the unity among us? Where is the unity among us to make it happen? To call them to account. Because without that unity, it will never happen. It will never happen, beloved brothers. But I'll come back to that. 1970, Mangrove 9 trial and the victory. Let's move on. This is a constant assault on the African community. 1972. Yes? At the Oval 4. We know about the Oval 4, brothers and sisters. 4 of our young men at the time, falsely accused of picking the pockets of passengers at the Oval Station and stealing women's handbags and purses and what have you. No evidence. But they were tried and convicted and sentenced. And served a prison sentence, beloved brothers and sisters. And it took 47 years. 47 years for those sentences to be quashed. We've had the honor of meeting our brother Winston True, who has been on our show, Africa Speaks with Al Kebulan. He was one of the victims of the Oval 4. And he has written a book, Black for a Cause, Not Just Because. Let me tell you something. These were conscious brothers who were part of liberation organizations of the day and were being surveilled by the police. There's a long history, beloved brothers and sisters. That's the history we should know, because that is the context in which we must view what happened and what didn't happen as far as the New Cross Massacre is concerned. This is the context. Our so-called relationship with the police and the relationship of the police with the hard right, with the National Front and other hard right organizations. That is the context in which all of the intrigue and the chicanery that unfolded, that obstructed the course of truth and justice, that this is the context in which it happened. Tendai Mwari. Next slide, please. Then we have the Stockwell 6. Very similar, beloved brothers and sisters, and in fact the same police officer, Detective Sergeant Derek Rigwell. Detective Sergeant Derek Rigwell is the same officer that was responsible, again, for perverting the course of justice. Innocent. 6 innocent, perfectly innocent young men, beaten up, arrested, charged, convicted, imprisoned for something they never did. In fact, 6 of the 5 were in prison. Context. Let's move on. Then we have the first Nottingham Carnival Uprising, 1976. They call it a riot. We call it an uprising. Because up until then, there was no problems at Carnival. We had our Carnival. we behave properly and appropriately, enjoying ourselves, because that was our only objective. When the carnival was first, the West Indian Carnival, as it was called, or the Caribbean Carnival was first celebrated here in the UK, Claudia Jones said, a people's art is the beginning, or is the genesis of their freedom. A people's art, a people's culture is the genesis of their freedom. So it was harnessing the elements of our culture to mobilize, to galvanize, and to direct us towards an act of freedom. In fact, it was born out of the 1958 uprisings, the so-called race riots. One of the objectives was to raise funds to pay for the legal representation of some of our young people who are being picked up on the street for defending themselves. Let us remember that, brothers and sisters, that this country has always waged war upon us. Are you all with me, brothers and sisters? Let me hear you, brothers and sisters. That's what we're dealing with. 1976, another thing that it hurt them too, was that was the year when we bust them shot in the test cricket. You remember? Tony Gregg, who said who made this statement, this public statement with the West Indies, they're a decent cricket team, they can play cricket. But if you get on top of them, they start groveling. And I intend to make them grovel. And some of them never even know what the word grovel means. When you sat in the dressing room, and so what does the word grovel mean? And Clive Lloyd, the captain, took out the dictionary and read the meaning of the word grovel. The man them say, all right, it's war. This is not cricket match, this is war. And we went on the cricket field and waged war. And we humiliated them. And do you know, in the last test match, the captain of the England team went down at the Oval. Maybe that's why they attacked the Oval 4. No, this was after the Oval 4. But anyway, it was a premonition. The wicked boy didn't have a premonition. Corrupt wicked boy. The England captain went down on his all fours and crawled around the ground. Whilst Africans were on their feet with our buckles and cans, right, making merry and knocking rhythm. They couldn't even focus because the rhythm alone just totally messed up them equilibrium. Are you all with me, brothers and sisters? After that, them banned instruments from coming into the ground. You think them people, you think them easy? We couldn't bring instruments into the ground anymore to stop bottles from being used to serve, cans to stop. You had to buy the drink and throw it in one of the plastic cup. Because all of it was war. All of it was war. 1976. And it was just a couple of weeks after that there was a carnival. Thousands of police. The year before it was about 300 police officers at the most policing the carnival. Right? The hottest year, one of the hottest summers in the history of... This year, thousands of police officers swamped the carnival. So they came with an intent. They came with an intent, beloved brothers and sisters. Right? And part of it was to revenge the cricket match. Because we bust them ass. Good and properly. 10-9 Muari. Let's move on. Let's move on. The battle for Lewisham, 1977. Huh?
I was going to say art, but I won't say it.
Right. 10-9 Muari. When we had an open street battle because the National Front and one other far-right organization said them taking back Lewisham. And they came out on the streets to take back Lewisham. Right? And so our African brothers and sisters came out on the streets and said, well, when you give me back Africa, you can take back the Flopsy Lewisham. But today you're not getting no Lewisham. Give me back Mama Africa, you can take your Lewisham. And there were battles on the street, brothers and sisters. And again, according to reports, the police were on their side, supporting the redneck racists. Yeah? I think that was another occasion when they got a bloody good hiding. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Now we're going to look at some New Cross Massacre antecedents. Some incidents that happened in Lewisham prior to the New Cross Massacre. In 1971, we had Sunderland House bombing. A house bombing in Sunderland Road where 22 Africans were seriously injured. There's a couple of them in hospital. And even as people were visiting, family and friends were visiting them in the hospital, the police were on their trail harassing people visiting the victims of this fire in hospital. Yeah? Let's move on. I'm going to move a little bit quicker. 1975, the Moonshot Club, which was a club just around the corner from 439 New Cross Road, beloved brothers and sisters, was raided by the police. No justification, but just to harass a community. It was raided by the police. I want to see, again I said, the symbiotic relationship between the police and the hard right, working together. Some of them were straddling both organizations. Police a day, hard right at night, or the other way around. Are you all with me, brothers and sisters? In fact, I read somewhere that this was part of their strategy. That when race relations laws started to come in, part of their strategy was to join the police force. Join the police force. So they could justify and legalize their assault and their attack on the African community. They can do it in uniform. Like that nasty specimen, Rigwell, with the Oval 4 and the Stockwell. Now, he was a rank racist. Let's move on. So we have the 1976 National Front gained 45% of local election votes. 40, that's a lot of votes, beloved brothers and sisters. They had gained so much momentum that in 1976, they had amassed 45, nearly half the votes, the local authority votes. Let's move on. We have in 1977, the Moonshot Club gutted, firebombed on the 18th of December, the same Moonshot Club that was frequented by African people. Gutted in 1977, December 1977. The police staged on the 30th of May, staged a dawn raid on 30 New Cross homes, homes of black people. Yes? On the 16th of June, the Lewisham 21 Defense Committee was founded because 21 black people, young black people, were arrested in Lewisham, having committed no crime. But this was just a random assault on our community. That is the context that we all need to understand. Let's move on. Yeah, this guy visited New Cross. Some random guy visited on me. Next slide. 1977. Fighting between the National Front and the Socialist Workers' Party on the 18th of June. 1977. The Lewisham 21 Defense Committee demonstration on the 2nd of July. National Front counter-march and attack. Fighting broke out. That was the atmosphere in Lewisham at the time, beloved brothers and sisters. Let's move on. That's the backdrop. The backstory. 1977, 15th of July, beloved brothers and sisters. Fire at the West Indian League headquarters. Fire brigade suspect a firebomb attack July 1977. July 23rd, 1977, Lewisham 21 marched again for freedom. Let's move on. 13th of August in 1977, the National Front march resulting in a so-called race riot. Again, the Battle of Lewisham that we talked about earlier on, beloved brothers and sisters, that was the Battle of Lewisham in Mosiah, so-called August the 13th. All right, my sister Chase is earth strong. Can we hear her, please? For giving us the inspiration. Now we know where the inspiration came from, brothers. It was Sister Chase who caused it. We hear her for that. Tell them where it is. Yes, beloved, let's move on to the next. And so, there's a plaque that has been raised to remember the Battle of Lewisham, thousands united here against racism and fascism, again on Sister Chesley's birthday. Chant her against the inspiration. Come on! Warrior Queen! So we know what's going to happen next year on the 13th of Mosiah, right? 10 time warning. And as we move on, we see in 1978, on the 14th of July, the Albany Theatre, again, another institution that was frequented by African people, firebombed and gutted in 1978, July 1978. All of this is happening, beloved brothers and sisters. Imagine the impact of all of this on the African community in Lewisham. Think about it. Imagine the trauma, the fear, the anxiety. And we ain't talk about the feces them used to deliver through our letter boxes. Right? Threatening letters. People come off the tube at nights and have to run for them life because they're being pursued or being chased. And the police know all this complaints made at our police station. They did nothing. Why? Because they were behind it. Right? 439 New Cross Road did not happen in a vacuum. Right. This is what I'm saying, beloved. Let's move on. All right. Now, come to this. I want us to remember, and I spoke about this at length last year, or to some extent last year. A couple of years ago, I went into detail on this, if you remember Auntie Jean. This was online. I think it was during the COVID pandemic. I dealt with this in detail online. This character, a white man named Michael Smithyman, a double murderer, convicted, and whilst in prison in 1991, he made a disclosure. And that disclosure was that he was involved in the New Cross Massacre. He was involved with the fire that happened at New Cross. He made that disclosure in prison. This guy from Essex or Kent, somewhere between Essex and Kent, he murdered his girlfriend in Kent. And he murdered one of his victims that he was in prison for, one of the two victims. First one was his girlfriend, and then there was a second victim. And he was a hired killer. He was a hired assassin. He was convicted as a hired assassin. Interesting. And this white, redneck, hired assassin, who now saying he's a woman, he's a transgender woman now, apparently, right? Said that he was involved. And said that when he said it's his friend that actually threw the bomb, and as the flames went up, he was sitting on the other side, on top of a flat roof, watching them jump out of windows. and screaming, and he and his friend was laughing and calling them Rastafarians. It's in a Mail Online article. Why would this white man, this random white man, just make up the story? Why would he have placed himself at 439 New Cross Road on the night? How does he know that people were jumping through the window? Why would he say he was on the roof across the road laughing and jeering while Africans were roasting in the fire and suffering and screaming and squealing and dying? Why would this murderer make that up? And as the story goes, as investigators were investigating the case and felt they were making progress, orders came from above to stop the investigation. This is all in the press, beloved brothers and sisters. It's not a secret. Brother Leader Bandaka didn't make this up. I didn't read it in some obscure book. Are you all with me? Yeah. Why was the investigation stopped? Some officers left the force because they felt they could not understand why the investigators were instructed and were even threatened if they continued with the investigation. So what was it that someone from above did not want to come to light? How else should we interpret that? Is there another logical, sensible way of interpreting those sequence of events? But that there's something fishy behind this whole thing? We now know that there were police officers, senior police officers. We now know, it's now an established fact, that there were senior police officers corrupting the investigation into the murder of Stephen Lawrence. Be you all with me? Yeah. Everybody with me? Yeah. So there you go. Next slide, please. Does anybody know who this character is? Another trans being, trans woman. His name Maxwell Confit. It's one person. This is before transition, after transition. Then him turned Michelle. The white people. Is it Lost Point? Was it the white man has a God complex. Was it Lost Point? The white man has a God complex. Yeah? So him can change sex. Him can change sex. Because him is God. Yeah? But here we go. Anybody know who this is? This person was murdered in 1972. We haven't got the date up there, but I believe it was 1972. The investigation into the murder of this man, who preferred to be referred to as a woman, was botched. The person in charge of the case is the same person that was put nearly a decade on, even after it was established that the case was botched. And the young persons who were convicted for the murder, two of whom was said to be retarded. The other one, I think, had some mental health issue. And the murder was pinned on them by this police officer. This is the same police officer that was in charge of the investigation into the New Cross Massacre. Now do you understand, if you were in any doubt, why I still call this a massacre? Don't you believe, don't you agree there are more questions to answer? And how are we going to get these questions answered? I'm coming to that because Brothers and sisters, and let me just let you know that a member of the Ruddock family died recently. I should have said this at the beginning of my message. One of the sisters of the two martyred victims. Her name is Jennifer Ruddock, the sister of Yvonne Ruddock and Paul Ruddock. Died recently from a heart attack. Yes, Jennifer Ruddock. And I just want to share that with you so that you can wrap your souls around the family of the Ruddocks at this time. Because they continue to need our love, our support, and our understanding. This is a family that was at the center of the New Cross Massacre. And a wicked thing was done to create a division. This is, again, the forces that be maneuvering and manipulating, and families were torn asunder. Are you all with me? That is why we're not in the same room as far as the New Cross Massacre is concerned. A lot of chicanery went on, beloved brothers and sisters. But going forward, for the preservation of our humanity, beloved brothers and sisters, for the preservation of our children and grandchildren's faith in us, when our grandchildren become adults and learn about Hillsborough and what the people in Hillsborough were able to push and gain, and learn about Derry and what the people of Derry was able to push and gain, and learn about the post office scandal and the Grenfell scandal, and what the people were able to unite and organize and push and gain. And they hear about New Cross, and they ask us, what did we gain from New Cross? What are we going to tell them? 2 inquest verdicts of, what they call it, open verdict. 2 inquest open verdicts. Is that what we're going to hold up as our accomplishment? When there is so many questions to be answered. You want to tell me we don't have it in us to unite, to organize, and to put the pressure that needs to be put on the establishment so that the truth is unearthed, and so that justice is done. You want to tell me we don't have that in us? Then we have some serious problems. We have some serious problems. And if our children, our grandchildren lose faith in us, we have no one to blame but ourselves. Are you all with me, beloved brothers and sisters? If we had stayed in the same room, and I'm not criticizing anybody, I'm criticizing us. It's all our responsibilities. If we had stayed in the same room, it's unlikely that Stephen Lawrence would have happened a decade later. It's unlikely that Roland Adams would have, his brother's name is Nathan, by the way, it's come back to me. Nathan Adams. It's unlikely that that would have happened. Because the state would have known that they have a strong and robust community. Are you all with me, beloved brothers and sisters? Now, I don't know whether I have a short video I'd like to show. Do I have time? It's about 10 minutes. It's less than 10 minutes, actually. Yeah? Is everybody all right? Let me hear you, beloved brothers and sisters. You all right? Clap your hands and stamp your feet and give the Creator a bigger round of applause for making us African. Come on. Hear the Creator for making us African. Travell. Prince Travell said to me today, I'm going to be listening to you. So you know I have to get it right? Hey, Prince Travell, is that what you said to me?
I did say that too.
Yes? Yeah. So I hope I'm living up to expectations. You don't need to answer that. All right, 10 I'm ready. Yeah. All right. I'm asking you, beloved brothers and sisters, to watch. It's less than 10 minutes. Watch it very carefully. Watch this video very carefully, beloved brothers and sisters. Let me run to the gym. After the video, I'll round off my message quickly. Yes, my brother.
Shot through the upper floors and screaming teenagers began to leap from the windows.
the feeling was that it had been another racist attack. Racist attacks were happening on a daily basis in that area.
There had been a great amount of far-right activity in Deptford. They attacked the youth clubs, they attacked the Albany Centre.
3 years ago, the old Albany Theatre was gutted by fire.
Places of entertainment for black people. There was another firebomb at the Moonshot Youth Club, both literally a stone's throw from 439 New Cross Road.
Paul's family home was 439 New Cross Road. Paul was fun, free, outgoing. That's a picture of his sister Yvonne. Yvonne had actually said to me and Paul, go and ask Mum if I can have a birthday party. What do you think Mum will say? Paul said, we'll see what we can do. We got there just after about 8:30. Everybody was running around and people were being served drinks, food was being cooked.
The party was great. You had generations coming in at different times. So you had the younger ones who were there from the beginning, and then you had the older ones who were coming in at about 12 o'clock. So loads of people were there.
The older adults were having their sort of own little party in the kitchen.
At 5:30 in the morning, I could still see people dancing. I started to smell something, like burning.
The ground floor front room was totally ablaze. People would go out into the street, and Paul was next to me. He said to me, "Where's Yvonne? Have you seen Yvonne?" And I said, "No. I think she's still in there, Paul." With that, he said, "Stay out," and he just ran straight into the house.
Everything's gone out, there's no electric, I can't see anybody, I don't know what's going on. And all hell broke loose.
There were some guys trapped in it. I think they must have gone up to the top floor and they were having trouble getting the windows open. And I can remember these guys kicking the windows out and literally taking us Lon and John.
It was just horrific. A girl and a boy, they just sort of fell right down into a basement.
I just remember kids lying on stretchers, burnt till they were pink, and a smell of burning flesh. Well, I'll go to my grave.
There was a smoke everywhere, and then afterwards, people were telling me that some white man had thrown a petrol bomb through the window.
I saw this bloke standing up in the pavement. Then he made this throw movement with his right hand.
The fire had started within the ground floor front room. The smoke would have been very hot, would have reduced their visibility to near zero within seconds, and they would have inhaled the fire fumes and succumbed very quickly.
Witnesses had seen a car and a man go to the door and they'd seen his arm raised. The investigative team were aware that a firebomb was possible, but there was nothing found inside the house. So there was no forensic evidence that a missile had come through the house. It wasn't there.
One of the things that we were trying to ascertain was whether a projectile had entered the room. Typically, you find the neck and the base at the bottom, and the remains of the wick stuck in the neck. That's very common. We didn't find any of that evidence.
Secondly, it was discovered the man who went to the house and drove off quickly, he had seen the fire. He stopped his car, he ran to the house, banged on the door or whatever. I think the heat was so fierce that it kind of, he went like that.
He raised his right arm above his head in that protective movement, and possibly Carl Wright has got this particular action mixed up with what he described as a throwing move.
The police, they didn't like the theory of it being a racist attack. So suddenly the finger was pointed at the partygoers, and the media was pandering to police prejudice, vilifying the young people as if they somehow were involved in this horrific fire.
There were contradictions in what people were saying. And because of the clash
within people's statements that weren't being cohesive. There were reconstruction interviews of a certain number of people that were contradicting each other.
The police made choices. People were being led by particular forms of questioning, particular lines of questioning, to commit themselves to saying all kinds of things that they didn't even know about.
The police came shortly after I come out of hospital. I'm only 11, and it was scary. It was not how I expected it to be. It just seemed like they already had their version of what they're saying happened. They were saying, well, other people said they saw you here. Other people said that you were here. So if other people are saying it, then it must be true.
I think in the climate of the times, attitudes were too polarised, and there were individual police officers whose attitude left a lot to be desired as far as I was concerned.
One day, police arrived, knocked on the door and said, we'd like you to come down for an interview. As I sat in the car, one of them turned around, the one in the front passenger seat turned around and looked at me, and he said, how's a boy like you get mixed up with these bunch of using the N-word?
What clues have you as to the motive for this fire?
I don't feel that there is any racialism, and neither do I feel that there is any aspects of any outside political extremism.
There was just a lot of hate at that time, it seems. Very tense. Very tense. But I'll tell you this, that every one of us, tried our hardest to get to the bottom of it and to find out how that fire was started and who did it.
After 13 days in court and more than 80 hours of evidence from nearly 60 witnesses, it took the jury just 2 hours to come to an open verdict. Mrs. Auntie Jean, who gave the party and lost 2 children in the fire, was in no mood to accept it.
I don't think the verdict was what I expected, but it is not what it should be. It should be murder.
The verdict signalled to the black community that the police, the media, courts, basically all felt that those lives didn't matter.
To lose my brother Andrew at a very young age and lose a lot of friends. There's some friends that I had at that party that I started secondary school with. Tony, I mean, he escaped from there. But after about a year and a half, he, it was really sad. That fire had a massive, massive impact on Tony. Tony was alright before. Whatever justice we get, it still doesn't bring back. That's when Andrew, my friend's back.
Alright, beloved brothers and sisters, as we move forward, just a correction that I need to make. So we need to switch off something? Huh? Tenamari. Right, I inadvertently misspoke when I said Jennifer Ruddock had died. It's Patricia Ruddock, one of the older siblings of the Ruddock family. Jennifer Ruddock is one of the siblings, but she's one of the younger siblings. The one that has died is Patricia Ruddock. So please note that correction. And I also wanted to emphasize that Paul Ruddock, when he died, his wife, who we saw, Sandra Ruddock, in the film, who was talking about the smell of burning flesh, she was pregnant. It's her daughter that I quoted earlier on as saying that she went to a school across the road from 439 New Cross Road and never heard New Cross Fire mentioned in all the years she attended that school. Yeah. And beloved brothers and sisters, just think about what we just saw. One of the things that has been rubbished in the evidence that was unearthed by the New Cross Massacre Action Committee is the evidence that was given by a young man by the name of, oh no, his first name has slipped me, Knight, his second name. Can anyone help me with this? All right, they'll come back. It's what you call senior moment, brothers and sisters. Carl Knight, there you go, Carl Knight. Carl Knight is the person who gave evidence that he had left the party around 5:30 and was walking up the road to the station and turned around and saw a white man make a throwing action towards, standing outside the house, and make a throwing action towards the house, and then he heard the smashing of glass. And by the time he ran back to the house to see where his brother was, this white man got into an Austin Princess, a white Austin Princess, and speeded off. Yeah? That's the evidence he gave to the New Cross Massacre Action Committee. That was rubbish, and it was reported that he had recanted that statement. It has even been said it was impossible for him to have seen what he said he saw from where he was. However, if you were watching carefully, two senior police officers, Detective Sergeant Jackie Malton and Commander Graham Stockwell, two senior police officers, in that documentary, spoke of a man. Did you hear them? Yeah. A man who was driving past, simply driving past, and saw the fire, stopped his car and came out of the car, knocked on the door. One of the things that I've heard said to rubbish the argument about the white man and the throwing action is that there were people outside, standing outside of the party at the door, and therefore they would have seen anyone who attempted to throw something in. But here the evidence, here the information from these senior police officers, that this man went up to the door and knocked on the door when the people were outside. Why would he have knocked on the door? And then the person opened the door. I want you to just replay what you just heard. It's on YouTube, so you can go back and check it. Just put New Cross Massacre. It will change to fire. Huh? It says. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm just saying, if you put New Cross Fire in, it will come up. Yeah. So he knocked the door. So we have to assume there was nobody outside the door. Yeah? And then he says that when the person opened the door, the heat from the door caused him to move backwards. Yeah? And then she put her hand up. Yeah? Because of the heat. So that's probably what Carl Knight saw and misinterpreted. But hold on. This person then went in his car, and by the way, it was an Austin Princess. It was an Austin Princess. They know that the police reported. They know who it is. This person then got in his car. He didn't shout, "Fire, fire, fire." Call 999. Whoa, fire, fire, call 999. He gets back in his car and drives to the nearest police station to report the fire. Well, why don't you drive to the nearest fire station to report the fire? police don't put out fires. You can always go there afterwards, but why didn't you, since it didn't occur to you to get someone to call 999? The logic of driving to the nearest police station or to a phone box, one of them red phone box that existed. We didn't have mobile phones then, right? What if I told you? What if I told you? What if I told you that this man was the father of a police officer? The man that they're referring to was the father of a police officer. You see why I'm saying that there are more questions to be answered? That's why we need a public inquiry. Or some kind of official, a judicial inquiry, a public, or some kind of official inquiry that probes into these questions. Who is this man? What's his name? Why didn't he shout fire? Wake up the whole neighborhood. Call 999. Look at these senior police officers sitting there casually. Yes, and he jumped back and his hand went back and yeah. No, but then we have to assume that the person who opened the door quite casually, closed back the door and went back inside. Exactly. And this person who opened the door didn't realize the fire was in the front room. And he didn't shout, or she didn't shout, fire! And run outside.
But the heat draw him back.
The heat throw him back, but it never throw back the person who casually opened the door. They didn't say the person charge outside and push him down and run like hell. I mean, what kind of rolling car story am I telling?
No. Wow.
No, but we let them get away with it, beloved. There's no other community would have put up with this nonsense. No other community would put up with this foolishness. It's been 43 years and all we have, beloved, are broken families, post-traumatic stress disorder, perpetuated. Beloved, listen. And to give us a little comfort, a little solace, we have 2 open verdicts. 2 open verdicts. You wonder why nobody don't take us serious? We're going to sit down 43 years later and accept 2 open verdicts? Come on. Come on. Come on, beloved. We can't let them get away with this. Can we? I don't care how long it takes. We have to get our acts together. They must answer for this. They must answer for this. Let me bring it to a close because of time. Can we move to the next slide, please? Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what we need to do, beloved. Papa Garvey tells us this is the work. And I'm glad Brother Minka is here because Brother Minka is pioneering some work in the community now that we need to get behind. Yeah, are you all with me, brothers and sisters? Yes. Because Papa Garvey says to us, no race is free until it has a nation of its own system of government and its own order of society. Papa Garvey says further, we must never give up this idea. 1 second, beloved brothers and sisters. Papa Garvey says, never be satisfied to always live under the government of other people, because you will always be at their mercy. Visualize for yourself and your children and generations unborn your own kings, emperors, presidents, your own government officials and administrators who look like you. And I don't mean Barack Obama either. We are determined to solve our own problems by redeeming our motherland, Africa, from the hands of alien exploiters and found there a government, a nation of our own, strong enough to lend protection to the members of our race scattered all over the world and to compel the respect of nations and races of the earth. And that same Marcus Garvey tells us wherever we are, we must organize ourselves as a nation of people. A nation of people. And he says to us, unite, organize now or perish. And so I'm glad that the New Cross Massacre, New Cross Fire Foundation is on the scene. And we must get behind the New Cross Fire Foundation. We have to have dialogue. What we agree upon, let's be adult. Let's be sensible and intelligent about this. There's a lot at stake here. Victims have never been compensated. Our victims have suffered mentally and physically. No compensation. Grenfell victims are getting compensation. Hillsborough victims are getting compensated. Right? The post office victims will get their compensation. They're pushing things forward now. They're expediting the process. They're jumping over the judicial process. Are you all with me? Because their humanity has to be respected. What about the humanity of our victims? Our surviving victims? They must be compensated. And if they die, their children must be compensated on their behalf. But it will never happen until we get together and stay in the same room. That's when it's going to happen. And we must make that happen, beloved. Unite, organize now, and if we don't, we will perish. But if we do, we will prosper. Rise, it says. Rise, he said. You mighty African people, remember, brothers and sisters, who you are. Remember the almighty Mwari Nyakusika, God the creator of the universe, put you first on this earth and gave you the richest and most powerful expanse of real estate on the planet. Remember that, brothers and sisters. Remember who you are. First people of the first land. Rise like the mighty people that you are and accomplish what you will. This last slide, please. That's what we tried to do in 2011. In the name of the martyred victims of New Cross Massacre. That principle and vision is being resurrected in a new name and a renewed process. Brother Minka, please stand and take a bow. Please stand and take a bow. Let's get behind the program, brothers and sisters. And in that context, let's get behind the New Cross Massacre victims and survivors, and let's build a nation in honor and remembrance of their name, so not a drop of their blood will be shed in vain. Love you, brothers and sisters. Rumbizo kunamwari Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. Tendai mwari.
Well done. Thank you so much.
Yes, family. Can we rise up, Brother Devanaka, one more time?
That was powerful.
Yeah, a lot to deal with, a lot to do, but we will accomplish what we will. Ashe. So, yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. Next month we're here, the 18th of February. Of course, ones and ones will know this year is the 10th anniversary of the Auntie Jean's African Cultural Market. 10 years. So we do want to make this year extra special. We want to, do things that, is off the Garvey standard, The Garvey Village is an idea, a concept that has been realised so far in Jamaica, but we want to grow it and build it even further. And with that said, Auntie Jean is a really, really, really special queen. She, in her personal life, she may be going through all kinds of different things we don't know, but she turns up here every single time. And seeing Auntie Jean, the first one here, the last one to leave, shifting, making the technical stuff happen, everything around here that you see is of her vision, and she does deserve for the Garvey Village to be realised in the most magnificent fashion. I feel the effort and the energy and hard work within our people is not something that is questioned. It's more about the tactics and strategy that we're implementing. And what Brother Leader was talking about in terms of unity, I feel like that is a part of it that really needs to get worked on. How do we unite through disagreement? We can unite when we're agreeing, but how do we unite through disagreement? That is the real challenge. And to do the bear hug through it all. But I do really want us to give connect with our souls and our spirits and really give Auntie Jean a proper hug, because she did say earlier that her papa did pass very recently and she's still here. Do you know what I'm saying? She's going to go to Jamaica. Auntie Jean's going to Jamaica shortly. And in that time, Auntie Jean's going to go see her father, then get back here within that time, within the space of a month, get back here and still get on the grind. So I just want us all to give her the most biggest, warmest African love and kiss and hug and all of that. So yeah, thank you everyone that come and touch the stage. Thank you for the stall holders. Thank you for the beautiful family that turns up here to show us the support as well.
Thank you all so much. It's a freezing cold weather that is not our own weather. We all know that this is not our natural habitat, but we're here. We've made the effort to be here to learn more about 14 dead and nothing said. All the evidence that's there, sometimes I think to myself, if we were in court, we could do a better job than these farcical people. But yeah, we give thanks for you for coming. Do come next month, and we can continue with the spirit of the African Cultural Market.
That's it. Respect, love and light, family, love and light.
So all I can say is thank you very much for watching. We are now coming to an end, and please go on the community page on YouTube to find out what I'm doing, but I will not be at Speaker's Corner until further notice due to the behaviour of people with mobile phones. But listen to my words carefully. I won't be there until further notice. That does not mean I won't be back. Big up!
Yeah, we're going to hand over to Sangoma. John was going to play us out with Auntie Jean's grandchildren, the Tree of Life we play.
press was stoking up a lot of the things as well. Because in December they were complaining about our having parties, yeah, and they were saying, what was New Year's going to be like? Well, it was stoking up. I remember the pressure that was going on us at that time around that area, because we had to keep our eyes open. Yeah, it was a lot of the press, especially the sun. They were stoking it up hard, saying something. They kept saying something must be done. Something must be done. Yeah. Yeah, no, but you brought up some points that I haven't even heard of. You know, why?